इस 2 दिवसीय वेबिनार में मैं डॉक्टर जया पांडे, प्रोफेसर, महिला डिग्री कॉलेज लखनऊ, आप सभी का स्वागत करती हूँ। 2 दिनों तक चलने वाले इस वेबिनार का विषय है आर इंडियन विलेजेस विदरिंग अवे नेविगेटिंग चेंजेस इन रूरल लाइफ। ये वेबिनार इंडियन सोशियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी की 2 RCs, RC15 अग्रेरियन एंड रूरल स्टडीज और RC8 इनइक्वालिटीज, स्ट्रेटिफिकेशन एंड एक्सक्लूजन स्टडीज और साथ ही खुनखुन जी गर्ल्स पीजी कॉलेज के ज्वाइंट कोलैबोरेशन से आयोजित किया जा रहा है। आज के इस वेबिनार में मैं फॉर्मल वेलकम एड्रेस के लिए प्रिंसिपल खुनखुन जी गर्ल्स पीजी कॉलेज और इंडियन सोशियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी की मैनेजिंग कमेटी की मेंबर प्रोफेसर अंशु केडिया मैम को इनवाइट करती हूँ। मैम कृपया आएं और सभी का फॉर्मल वेलकम करें।
Thank you, Professor Jaya ji. It's a matter of immense pleasure that on behalf of 2 RC, RC15 Agrarian and Rural Studies and RC8 Inequality, Stratification and Inclusion Studies and खुनखुन जी गर्ल्स पीजी कॉलेज के ज्वाइंट कोलैबोरेशन में इस जो 2 दिवसीय वेबिनार है, जिसका जैसे कि भी जया जी ने टाइटल शेयर भी किया और हम सब भी अवेयर हैं, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक है, डिबेटेबल टॉपिक है। और इसमें हम सबका जो वेलकम करते हुए निश्चित रूप से एक बहुत खुशी हो रही है, एक प्राउड मोमेंट है हमारे लिए कि हमारे बीच इतने एमिनेंट प्रोमिनेंट सोशियोलॉजी के स्कॉलर्स हमारे बीच यहाँ पे हैं। अब मैं मैत्रेयी मैम को, चूंकि वो हमारी इस समय इंडियन सोशियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी की प्रेजेंट में प्रेसिडेंट है, मैम एक बार हम लोग की अभी एमसी की मीटिंग हुई मुंबई में, उससे पहले मैम ने कहा कि जो हम लोग आरसीज अपनी देखते हैं, जितनी हम आईएसएस में आरसी हैं, उस आरसी में एग्रेरियन जो रूरल सोसाइटी को टच करते हुए पर्टिकुलर वो आरसी नहीं दिखाई दे रही हैं। मैम ने अपना रिसर्च किया उस बिहाफ पे। ऐसा नहीं कि पहले आरसी नहीं रही होगी, लेकिन वो बीच में मर्ज हो गई डिफरेंट डिफरेंट आरसीज में। और जो प्रेजेंट में आरसी थी, जब मैम ने डिस्कशन किया, वो सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट आरसी। तो मैम का कहीं ना कहीं विजन था कि अगर हम इंडियन सोशियोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, तो हम लोग कभी भी प्रोफेसर एम एन श्रीनिवास, प्रोफेसर एस सी दुबे, प्रोफेसर AR देसाई, या हमारे बहुत सारे, चाहे उसमें प्रोफेसर हम लोग ब्रिजराज चौहान जी हैं, जिनको डेडिकेट करते हुए आज ये उनके ऑनर में, उनकी रिमेम्बरेंस में ये जो वेबिनार किया जा रहा है ज्वाइंट कोलैबोरेशन में। तो मैम की कहीं ना कहीं फीलिंग थी कि हम इंडियन सोशियोलॉजी पे बात कर रहे हैं और रूरल की एक पर्टिकुलर हमारे पास आरसी नहीं है। तो और ये कहीं ना कहीं, चूंकि हमने कहा क्लब भी होती गई, तो पर्टिकुलर मैम का जब एमसी मीटिंग हुई तो ये डिस्कशन हुआ। और उसके बाद एक आरसी, जो 15 RC सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट, जो कन्वर्ट की गई, जो इस समय आरसी है एग्रेरियन एंड रूरल स्टडीज में, और वह जो दूसरी सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट आरसी है 29th आरसी हो गई। वास्तव में एक डेडिकेशन ये हम कहीं ना कहीं इंडियन सोशियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी की तरफ से, कि हमने वास्तव में कहीं उन सबको डेडिकेट किया जिन्होंने इंडियन सोशियोलॉजी पे रूरल एरियाज में काम किया। बहुत प्रोमिनेंट नेम है हमारे बीच, चाहे वो आंध्र बेते के रूप में भी ले, बहुत सारे हम लोगों के बीच उस तरह के नाम है। और उसी में एक मैम से भी डिस्कशन हुआ, क्योंकि उन्हीं दिनों प्रोफेसर मेकेम मेरियट की भी डेथ हुई थी। तो मैम से डिस्कशन हुआ कि हम लोग को उनका भी रूरल सोसाइटी पे कंट्रीब्यूशन है, उनको भी डेडिकेट करते हुए एक इवेंट होना चाहिए। तो मैम को हम बताना चाहेंगे, वैसे इंडियन सोशियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी की न्यूज बुलेटिन में पब्लिश भी हुआ है, खुनखुन जी गर्ल्स कॉलेज ने RC7 के कोलैबोरेशन में, जिसके कन्वीनर प्रोफेसर S सुकान चौधरी जी हैं, आदिवासी एंड ट्राइबल स्टडीज के कोलैबोरेशन में ऑफलाइन एक सिंपोजियम किया था, जिसमें प्रोफेसर राजेश मिश्रा जी ने चेयर भी उसको किया। तो डेडिकेट करते हुए उस फीलिंग को कि हम लोग रूरल सोसाइटी को, एग्रेरियन जो पूरी सोसाइटी, उसको कैसे आगे लेके इंडियन सोशियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी चले। और ये जो आज का इवेंट है, वो भी मैम का कहीं ना कहीं, चूंकि हमारे बीच प्रोफेसर आभा चौहान जी भी हैं, आभा चौहान जी डायरेक्ट, चूंकि उनकी डॉटर भी हैं, और प्रोफेसर ब्रिजराज चौहान जी भी इंडियन सोशियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी के प्रेसिडेंट रहे हैं। और ये बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है। हमारे बीच इस समय 3 प्रेसिडेंट हैं इंडियन सोशियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी के, प्रोफेसर आभा चौहान, प्रोफेसर परमजीत सिंह जज, और डेडिकेट जिनको हो रहा है, प्रोफेसर ब्रिजराज चौहान जी, वो भी प्रेसिडेंट रहे, और प्रेजेंट में हमारे बीच प्रोफेसर मैत्री चौधरी मैम हैं भी। और इसके जो चूंकि हमारे बीच प्रोफेसर जोधका जी भी हैं, जो जो आज की नोट एड्रेस जिनका रहेगा, उनका जो नोटेबल कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशंस है अभी इंडियन रूरल सोसाइटी में के स्टडीज में, हमारे बीच मिस अमृता मोहंती जी उनका इंट्रोडक्शन भी देंगी। और उस इंट्रोडक्शन के माध्यम से हम, चूंकि बहुत लोग तो जानते हैं, लेकिन हमारे बीच बहुत रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स भी हैं जो उनसे, उनके कंट्रीब्यूशन से अवेयर भी होंगे, और निश्चित रूप से हम लोग भी बहुत एक इंसाइट डेवलप कर पाएंगे। चूंकि सभी हैं, हम लोग हमेशा एक स्कॉलर रहते हैं, लर्निंग प्रोसेस में रहते हैं, और रहना भी चाहिए। तो निश्चित रूप से एक बेहतरीन प्लेटफॉर्म है। हमारे बीच प्रोफेसर ब्रिजराज चौहान जी के पुत्र प्रोफेसर अरविंद चौहान जी भी पूरे में कनेक्ट रहेंगे। प्रोफेसर श्रुति तांबे जी का सिंपोजियम में नेक्स्ट में हम लोगों के बीच कनेक्ट रहेंगी। प्रोफेसर श्रुति तांबे जी का रूरल सोसाइटी के साथ साथ मूवमेंट पे भी बहुत अच्छा काम है, और पहले भी हम लोगों के इस ज्वाइंट कोलेबोरेशन में हम लोगों के बीच अपने व्यूज शेयर कर चुकी हैं। नेक्स्ट हम लोगों के बीच प्रोफेसर राजेश मिश्रा जी भी रहेंगे। बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं, हम तो यही कहना ही चाहेंगे कि चूंकि हम लोग पहले भी एक ऑनलाइन वेबिनार कर चुके हैं प्रोफेसर ब्रिजराज चौहान जी पर, तो कहीं ना कहीं उसके पीछे एक जो बैकबोन का काम करते हैं प्रोफेसर आभा चौहान मैम तो हैं ही, लेकिन प्रोफेसर राजेश मिश्रा सर का भी हम लोग को हमेशा ही सहयोग मिलता है कि किस डायरेक्शन में किस तरह से किया जाए। और ये बताते हुए एक और भी खुशी हो रही है कि हम लोग इसी खुनखुन जी कॉलेज और इस समय सोशियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी ऑफ यूपी और छत्तीसगढ़ सोशियोलॉजिकल सोसाइटी के कोलाब्रेशन में 7 को, इसी 7 मार्च को एक और वेबिनार करेंगे, जिसका टॉपिक है, जिसमें हमारे बीच की नोट स्पीकर के रूप में प्रोफेसर राजेश मिश्रा जी भी रहेंगे, और प्रोफेसर आनंद कुमार उसको चेयर करेंगे। उसका टाइटल रहेगा सोशल मीडिया एंड सोसाइटी रीडिफाइनिंग पब्लिक डिस्कोर्स एंड डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज। मेरे यहाँ पे कहने का अर्थ है कि प्रोफेसर राजेश मिश्रा जी लखनऊ से भी जुड़े, और जो हम लोग ये पूरा वेबिनार 2 दिन का देख रहे हैं, ये हम लोग कहीं ना कहीं फोर्थ जनरेशन आ गई है प्रोफेसर ब्रिजराज चौहान जी की। प्रोफेसर ब्रिजराज चौहान जी के बाद उनकी पूरी जो एक पूरी लेयर है उनकी, चाहे बेटी हैं, उनकी डॉटर के रूप में, सन के रूप में, या हमारे बीच प्रोफेसर देबल सर भी हैं जो आरसी कन्वीनर भी हैं एग्रेरियन के, और साथ में उस आरसी ने कोलेबरेट भी किया है, और उनका वैलेडिक्ट्री एड्रेस भी हमारे आज कल वैलेडिक्ट्री एड्रेस भी रहेगा, वो भी हैं प्रोफेसर पुंडीर सर, प्रोफेसर सत्यनारायण सर, और डायरेक्ट हमारे बीच बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो उनके स्टूडेंट रहे हैं। सब हमारे साथ 2 दिन में कहीं किसी ना किसी रूप में कनेक्ट रहेंगे। प्रोफेसर राम गणेश यादव जी ने भी इच्छा जाहिर की थी। तो ये सब साथ में इस प्लेटफॉर्म में आप सभी का मुझे स्वागत करते हुए रियली बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं वो फीलिंग आ रही है कि अपने आप को कहीं ना कहीं बहुत गर्व की बात है कि हम सभी आप सबको इनवाइट कर पा रहे हैं, आप सबका स्वागत कर पा रहे हैं। उसी कड़ी में हमारे बीच, क्योंकि बहुत प्रोमिनेंट स्पीकर्स हैं, आप किसको छोड़ें किसको है, तो हमारे बीच नेक्स्ट जो सिंपोजियम होगा उसमें प्रोफेसर राजीव गुप्ता जी हैं। राजीव गुप्ता जी से हम लोग, इस क्षेत्र के लोग सभी बहुत बार उनसे सीखते आ रहे हैं, उनके लेक्चर्स अटेंड करते आ रहे हैं, बहुत डीप नॉलेज है उनकी। और इसी में हमारे बीच सुधा वसंत रहेंगी, प्रोफेसर सुधा वसंत, प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ सोशियोलॉजी, दिल्ली स्कूल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स। प्रोफेसर अरविंदर अंसारी, जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया से मैम भी हमारे बीच रहेंगी। तो ये निश्चित रूप से बहुत 2 दिन में जो भी हम लोग यहाँ गेन करेंगे, हो सकता है कुछ नाम मिस हो गए हैं, तो सभी से हम एक तरह से सॉरी भी कहना चाहेंगे अगर किसी का नाम मिस भी हुआ है। 2 दिन का ये जो वेबिनार है, ये एक तरह से वास्तव में प्रोफेसर,
नहीं,
चूंकि शायद मैं लखनऊ यूनिवर्सिटी से कनेक्टेड हूँ, तो हमारे यहाँ सिलेबस में
ये क्यों आ
प्रोफेसर
रहा है?
ब्रिजराज जी पढ़ाए जाते हैं।
इतना ही आ
मे
रहा
बी मे बी थ्रू आउट इंडिया हम बहुत नहीं जानते सिलेबस के पार्ट हैं कि नहीं, लेकिन लखनऊ में हम लोग ने प्रोफेसर ब्रिजराज चौहान जी को हमेशा पढ़ा है। इनका जो कॉन्सेप्ट है चोखला, चोखला को इंस्टीट्यूशन चोखला की जो बात करते हैं उसको कहीं ना कहीं आज जो हम लोग हरियाणा जगह जगह खाप पंचायत जो इन कास्ट सिस्टम से कंट्रोलिंग सिस्टम के रूप में वह एक पार्ट है, उस पे हम लोग को और वर्क करने की जरूरत है। क्योंकि जब भी हम लोग बात करते हैं खाप पंचायत पे जाके अपने आप को कंसंट्रेट कर लेते हैं, लेकिन चोखला इन सब पे नहीं जाते। तो एक बहुत अच्छा इनका ये कंट्रीब्यूशन है जिसको और समझने की जरूरत है। जो टॉपिक है जो डिजाइन किया गया है, इस टॉपिक में तो वैसे हमारे बीच स्पीकर्स हैं, लेकिन हम एक दो सेंटेंस कहते हुए बस अपने इस वेलकम एड्रेस को यहीं वाइंड अप करना चाहेंगे। इन्होंने इनका जो कॉन्सेप्ट संस्कृताइजेशन के कारण इनहेंस रिचुअलाइजेशन पे इन्होंने जो बात की थी। अभी हम लोग जो महाकुंभ देख रहे हैं कि वेदरिंग जो कि क्या हम लोग के आर इंडियन विलेजेस वेदरिंग अवे जो और नेविगेटिंग चेंजेस इन रूरल लाइफ, अभी जो हम लोग महाकुंभ देख रहे हैं, महाकुंभ में अगर हम कहते हैं गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से एफर्ट्स हैं, लेकिन फिर भी जब तक हमारे इनर वो कॉन्शियसनेस नहीं होगी हम इतने लाखों की भीड़ में वहां नहीं पहुंच सकते। इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं हम रूरल जो हमारे रिचुअल्स है या जो हमारी अपब्रिंगिंग है सोसाइटी में, वह कहीं ना कहीं अभी भी बहुत डीप है। इतने वहां पे एपिसोड्स भी हुए, सैड इवेंट रहे, लेकिन उसके बाद भी जो लाखों की भीड़ जाती रही, इसका मतलब अभी वो रिचुअलाइजेशन है वो कहीं हमारे रिचुअल्स कम नहीं हो रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आज भी बहुत प्रोमिनेंट है हमारी सोसाइटी में। तो हम बहुत कहना आसान नहीं है कि विदरिंग अवे या मीन्स रूरल सोसाइटी रूरल रिचुअल्स, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं हम दूसरा जो फ्रंट देखते हैं, जिस तरह से गांव हमारे कंक्रीट के जंगल होते जा रहे हैं, मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग बनती जा रही। अब पूरा हम लोग ने हरियाणा बेल्ट बॉर्डर दिल्ली दिल्ली बॉर्डर पे जो लगातार एजिटेशन फार्मर्स के देखे, और उनकी जो चाहे वो एमएसपी को लेकर हो, चाहे वो स्टोरेज प्रॉब्लम्स को लेकर हो, चाहे मार्केटिंग को लेकर हो, गवर्नमेंट के साथ से जो उनके क्वेश्चंस हैं जिसके लिए लॉन्ग उनका मूवमेंट चला, और आज भी कहीं ना कहीं किसी रूप में वो कंटिन्यू है, लेकिन जो बीच में बहुत डीप था मूवमेंट, वह कहीं ना कहीं रियलाइज कराता है कि हम गांव से अपने आप को जो हमारा फोकस है वह फोकस कम है। वास्तव में गांव में चाहे वो उसे उनको जो जो गांव से जो शहर की तरफ माइग्रेशन है, उस पर वास्तव में गौर करने की जरूरत है कि हमारे गांव में क्यों इकोनॉमिक ढांचा कमजोर हो रहा है। निश्चित रूप से इस 2 दिन के वेबिनार के माध्यम से हमें भी बहुत कुछ सीखने मिलेगा, क्योंकि जो जो जितने स्पीकर्स हैं, हर एक स्पीकर अपने आप में बहुत प्रोमिनेंट है, और हर एक स्पीकर्स के माध्यम से बहुत कुछ गेन करने को मिलेगा। पुनः आप सभी का दोनों आरसी और खुनखुन जी गर्ल्स पीजी कॉलेज के माध्यम से बहुत बहुत हार्दिक स्वागत है, अभिवादन है, अभिनंदन। थैंक
थैंक यू सो मच मैम। अब मैं इस वेबिनार की थीम को इंट्रोड्यूस करने के लिए डॉक्टर सुप्रिया सिंह, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर खुनखुन जी गर्ल्स पीजी कॉलेज को इनवाइट करती हूँ। डॉक्टर सुप्रिया इस वेबिनार की कन्वीनर और आरसी 8 की को कन्वीनर भी है। डॉक्टर सुप्रिया सिंह, ओवर टू यू।
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome all the dignitaries present on this virtual dais. I'm feeling blessed to be part of this webinar, which is being organized to pay obeisance to Professor Brij Raj Chauhan for his valuable contributions to enrich Indian sociology and especially sociology of rural life. As we know, Indian villages have undergone significant changes in terms of structure, economy, polity, and culture over the last 50 years. Indian villages have been experiencing socio-economic and political transitions, integrating more with the national economy and democratic polity, raising questions about their self-sufficiency and traditional definitions. There is a need to study and analyze the dynamic nature of changing villages in India, focusing on rural socio-cultural mobility and changes in social structure. With the advent of capitalism and democracy, villages have become integrated into the national economy and polity. This raises questions about whether villages have ever been self sufficient or, in the present circumstances, relatively autonomous communities, or if they still can be called as typical Indian villages. Though India is predominantly a rural society with a significant portion of its population residing in villages, it is imperative that we study, research, and analyze changing nature of villages in all their dynamics. Understanding these changes is crucial to connecting theory with the Evolving Empirical Situation. This webinar is in the continuation of the first webinar, which we had organized in 2023 to acknowledge Professor Chauhan's contribution to rural sociology. He always appreciated academic discussions and deliberations, so organizing a webinar on his birth anniversary will be a real tribute to him. This webinar will address key issues concerning change in rural society, primarily focusing on the economy, community, and culture. It aims to bring together scholars, researchers, and anyone interested in deliberating and discussing the pertinent issues. I'm happy to share that this webinar has attracted participants from different states of India. For example, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Manipur, Mizoram, Punjab, Goa, Kolkata, Odisha, Nagaland, Bihar, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, New Delhi, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. I welcome you all in this webinar, and I hope all the participants will get enlightened by the erudite talk and deliberation by our distinguished speakers. Thank you so much.
I am, wishing everyone here a very good morning and namaste. I am really delighted that we have an event where there's a lot of collaborative work. I was very, very keen on two things, as Professor Anshu Kedia had already mentioned, that the research committees have to be vibrant academic spaces, because the research committees are constituted around a theme like rural and agrarian, like urban, like environment, like gender. And I think we have to sort of convey the message across generations, particularly to young scholars, that when you join a research committee, you are doing it in order to understand the kind of knowledge which has been produced in that area. It is therefore fitting that this particular conference, which is on agrarian and organized on the theme Are Indian Villages Withering Away? Navigating Changes in Rural Life, which has been done in honor of Professor Brij Raj Chauhan, is important for the reason that for any theme in sociology, there are contributions across generations. And we need to go back and we need to imagine a future. That context is very, very important. What is the kind of work which scholars have done before? And when we say honor, the idea is not just to honor the individual, but to honor the scholarship which was produced, and as correctly spoken by both Dr. Supriya and Dr. Anshu Kedia, that Indian sociology has had a kind of focus on Indian villages. We are already familiar with all the names that you have mentioned and many others who worked on the rural. Now, here the question which has been impacting us the last couple of years is the nature of the rural changing? Is the nature of the rural changing? And it is absolutely fitting that you've called Professor Surinder Jotka, because he's done a lot of work on this question, detailed empirical work across regions about what it has done. And many of the early works have also questioned about the imagining of the rural. How do we in Indian sociology visualize the rural or visualize village society? So I am very happy for a couple of reasons. One is that this particular webinar is, as has been mentioned, being conducted in collaboration with RC15. So thank you to Professor Devarshinghe Roy, Dr. Chandrashekar, Dr. Avinash for the co-conveners. RC08, Inequalities, Stratification, and Exclusion Studies. So thank you, Dr. Murthy and Dr. Supriya. Khun-Khun Girls Degree College, the principal, without whose kind of support this would be difficult. Now, we need collaborative work of this kind, because unless we come together, we can't pool our resources. We are able to therefore reach out to a much wider audience. As Supriya mentioned, we have now, if I look at the last figure, about 86 people who have joined, ranging from the Northeast to the West to the South, to the very top of the, to the northernmost parts. This, I think, is important because this gives us space Few years ago, before COVID, we were unaware about the possibility of the webinar or online process. Now that we have, it's very, very important. I hope, Dr. Supriya, you're able to record the online, the keynote address. I want to share with all of you who are here. We are in the process of having a new website of the Indian Sociological Society, which will go live sometime in March, early April. And one of the ideas that we have, and Anshuji would be aware in the managing committee discussions, that we want to make this website not just an administrative website by which you can pay your fees and become a life member or register for a conference, but a website which is an e-learning resource. A e-learning resource so that we can upload recorded lectures. You're already aware about the online lectures which are being conducted in research committee, but also a request, because we have very, very senior people who are present here. Rajiv ji is here, and the others who are over here. Professor Khazan Singh is here. If any of you have any old videos of a kind of lecture or a kind of interview which has been done at an earlier period, please share with us. And if it is possible and if there's permission required, we could take it up. We would like to upload it. If there are any writings in Hindi, in English, or any other language on any particular theme, please share this with us. I mentioned this because this is going to be the 50th year of the All India Sociological Society, and we are tentatively thinking of a kind of, if you wish to use the word, a slogan, across generations, expanding horizons, AISC at 50. So we want to build up this kind of earlier work. So maybe, I do not know, maybe Abha or Arvind would be aware if there's any kind of interview with Professor Brij Raj Chauhan, others interviews with Professor Bete, Professor Yogendra Singh, all the other scholars who worked. Most early scholars worked on the rural, or any kind of writing which does not need copyright permission, do share it with us. We are trying to build this up. So this is a kind of request to all of you. I will not take much time. I just wanted to convey this, and thank you to all the people. Anshuji mentioned that she may have forgotten names, so I'm not even going to try and mention all the names which are involved in doing this, but thank you once again. Thank you, Dr. Jayaji. I haven't met you, but I hope I can. And thank you to everybody. I wish you very, very well for this conference.
Thank you very much, Amrita, for this wonderful introduction. Thank you, Dr. Supriya Singh, Dr. Anju Kedia, Dr. Jaya Pandey. I'm very happy to be here. And I must begin by congratulating Professor Maitri Chaudhary, because I remember when she took over Indian Sociological Society and she was very enthusiastic about it. And I was kind of generally worried that, people soon get exhausted and tired. But she is relentless and she is pursuing this task. So I both thank you her as well as congratulate her. Thank you her because it's because of her efforts that we are able to communicate with each other and have a kind of more interesting life as sociologists. And obviously congratulate her because she's seeing that things can change, and organizing events like this is really a wonderful kind of development in our profession. I obviously feel very honored to have been invited to give this keynote lecture in honor of Professor Brij Raj Chauhan, whom I knew. He obviously would not have known me because I was very young when he was around. I met him, I think, more than once. I've also seen his work, but I think there is need for more closer engagement with his work, as it was being mentioned by Professor Kedia. And I think that is the beauty of empirical work. I mean, when you go back and read an essay like, Dominant Caste in Rampura of M.N. Srinivas, things that you pick up are perhaps not even intended by M.N. Srinivas. So I think empirical writing offers you a lot more than what the author is thinking about it, because the context has changed. And when you read the same empirical kind of details, and our questions are now different, we kind of learn very different things. Today's lecture is something that I've been working on for some time, and I've also been speaking about. If some of you have already um, listened to me on this, so excuse me, but I'm going to be talking about my work. I want to share my slides, and I need to be, yeah, I can do that now. So, yeah, so what I'm going to do is to tell you about my work. And as was mentioned in my introduction, I've recently published this book called The Indian Village, Rural Lives in the 21st Century. But I've been working on the rural and agrarian all my life. I started my PhD in my late 80s. That was also on agrarian change. But there is a difference between rural and agrarian. But this is something that I've tried to bring together in this book. Yeah, so before that, again, I have very actively worked with Economic and Political Weekly in editing their review of rural affairs. And these books actually came out from my association with Economic and Political Weekly. There is one more book called Village India, apart from these four books that I'm showing you. Handbook of Rural India, Agrarian Change in India. These are kind of interesting volumes which bring together all the work that has been done, not all the selected works. And India's Villages is a title that M.N. Srinivas had used for his collection of essays which were published in Economic Weekly in the 1950s. And this book, in some sense, was a reminder. Again, it's kind of, people like B.R. Chauhan who inspire us to work on the village. And my argument was, our argument, that because this was edited with Edward Simpson, that India's villages haven't really gone away. That's why we titled it as India's Villages, as M.N. Srinivas talked about it. But the subheading is in the 21st century, and I'll try to kind of show you how this continues to be the case. At some level, should I also speak in Hindi, or I think English would be better because there are some people in South
Yes,
India.
sir. Please continue in English, sir.
Yeah. So I will continue in English, but later on, if you have any questions, I'll be very glad to speak. I can discuss it in Hindi also, but I'm choosing to speak in English. So I think, as I said earlier, empirical work has its own value because you can read it in a different context. But at the same time, what I call as framing is very, very critical. The way we project or present a question, or the way we talk about it, at some level also limits us from asking questions or thinking about it. For example, this seminar has also been very interestingly, very provocatively framed. I think these are the ways in which we should kind of, it helps us to raise relevant questions. So I think when we are talking about village in 2025, it is very important that we not only talk about the village, not only talk about what is happening there, but we also need to raise questions about what do we mean by village. We take it for granted that villages are villages and cities are cities, but I think there is a question, and that is a very, very relevant question about the framing of India, framing of rural India, framing of city, and most importantly, what I would like to call as towards the end is framing of spatialities, how we think about spatial formations. So as we all know, and this is something that we kind of all the time keep repeating, and we kind of, obviously attribute it to Mahatma Gandhi, who was a very, very important person in history of contemporary modern India. And that's why we call him as father of the nation. And he popularized this term that India lives in its villages, India lived in its villages. And he also said that India ought to be living in its villages, because village for him was not merely an empirical category. Village for him was also a moral category, something that he would prefer over city or over life elsewhere. Now, this, even though Gandhi popularizes this idea and Gandhi turns village into a kind of ideological, moral, political construct, apart from it being an empirical construct, there are also very serious problems with this kind of framing, because he is not only making it a moral and political project, he is also making an empirical claim. And this empirical claim also is made earlier by other people, and this claim is a modern claim. It doesn't come across before 18th, 19th century, and this is very, very important. If you were to look at the history of this framing that India lived in its villages or India lives in its villages, this is only in the 19th century with the British colonial rulers when they are talking about India, that when people talk about India, they talk about its villages. If you look at the writings on India in the 15th century, in the 17th century, in the 5th century, and there are lots of foreigners coming here, we don't find this reference that India lives in its villages. They would go to cities, they would go to meet the rulers, they would talk about caste in one way or the other, they would talk about religion in one way or the other, but very rarely do you say that, only thing that you see in India are villages. Nobody says that. So it's a 19th century construct, and this is a point that I want to make, and this is a very, very important point. And because this framing, as Bernard Cohn has told us, was done very intentionally by the British colonial rulers. And the British colonial rulers wanted to, in some sense, produce an image of India where they could, at some level, sell the Kipling principle. And the Kipling principle was the civilization mission that white man has. And this is something that they very successfully produced, as Bernard Cohn will call as colonial forms of knowledge. And this knowledge then says that, India always lives in its villages, and A, we are not foreigner. B, by being in India, we are doing favor to India, while the real fact is that they were plundering India. Britain becomes a developed country, or Europe becomes a developed region, Western Europe, because they plundered colonies all over the world, and India was also plundered. And recent report of Oxfam actually tries to quantify it as, like, I think 68 trillion or 80 plus trillion dollars worth of value was siphoned off from India. So India was a complex region. It was obviously not a country or a nation state as we understand today, but it was also, in some region it was very prosperous, in some region it was not very prosperous. But when it comes to village and city, whatever little empirical detail we have, India was perhaps more urban in the 17th century than Britain was, or than Europe was. I mean, obviously, given the size of the region, urban population of India would have been much more than the total population of Great Britain. They came to towns, they lived here, and they knew that there were cities and towns in India. However, this idea at some level found a purchase. It was not only the white man, as we talked about Gandhi, but also other nationalists accepted that view. And that was accepted for strategic reasons, but also because the first generation of Indian elite, native Indian elite, middle class, or whatever you like to call them, they were all educated in the West, in Western idiom, in English language, in British universities. So the sources they had to know about India were the reports that were produced by the British. Even somebody like Karl Marx, for example, was convinced that what British administrators were saying is true, that Indian villages are hopeless places and they have no choice, no chance of progressing on their own. But for us, the more important thing is that the idea of India living in its villages becomes a kind of common sense, in the sense that everyone begins to accept it as a given truth. And this happens because, as I said, the nationalist leadership, the first generation of Indian nationalists, they thought that using this idea that India lived in its villages, or that India has a caste system, would help them make a case to the Britishers and to themselves that we are one nation, we are similar, we are common people across sub-regions, across different linguistic communities or religious communities. There was something that lay underneath which united us. And this is how later on Jawaharlal Nehru talks about unity in diversity. So they all accepted at some level what I would call as the colonial and Orientalist framings of India. And this is something on which I have written a paper also in EPW, but also in this book, Indian Village, I have discussed this. So Gandhi's traditionalism, Gandhi and Nehru, they are generally said that, Gandhi was a traditionalist and Nehru was a modernist. They were not very different from each other when it came to, say, for example, talking about India or imagining India's pasts and futures. And I would say, they are two sides of the same coin. Gandhi is saying that India lived in its villages and villages are good. Nehru also says that India lived in its villages, but villages are not good. We need to modernize them. So they are basically, empirically speaking, for them, the pasts of India was only rural, and in some sense, there was no urban. And this is surprising because Gandhi and Nehru, they were both urban, right? And their families were always urban. I mean, Nehru came from Srinagar to Delhi to then Allahabad. Never ever had he lived in villages. And it was like his 10 generations, if he was to go back, they were all urban. Same is true about Gandhi. I mean, his family came from Porbandar and all those places that he mentions in his autobiography. They're all urban. So these were not people from rural areas, but still they accepted the notion that India lived in its villages. And for Gandhi, Srinagar was not something that was set up by the British. Allahabad was not set up by British. Delhi was not set up by British. These were cities, right? But still, this idea at some level persists. And even somebody like Ambedkar would accept that idea uh, at the empirical level, even though ideologically he is opposed to Gandhi. So for him, also village is a moral category, but it's a negative moral category, while village is a positive moral category for Gandhi. So in some sense, Ambedkar, in some sense, goes along with the idea of a village being the place where caste is reproduced without any contest, working part of Hindu caste system. But it is in the city that he himself experiences caste, in Baroda, at railway station, in modern institutions. But at the same time, he thinks urban is progressive. We can't go into it because of limitation of time. Now, this is where scholars like B.R. Chauhan become very significant, or on the foundational moment of Indian sociology and anthropology becomes very, very critical. Because if you look at history of Indian anthropology or Indian social anthropology, and now it is also history of Indian sociology, all of us will go back to 1950s and village studies, which is exactly the moment when we should talk about. Before that, what we have is what M.N. Srinivas talks about, is a kind of book view of India. The British have produced some mythological imagination of India based on certain select Sanskrit Hindu texts, and actual empirical work about India begins in the 20th century. Before village studies, also you have some work, empirical work done by people like W.H. Weiser, who is talking about the Hindu Jajmani system, or some empirical work here and there, but it is with the village studies. Now, there are two aspects of it. As I said, one is, for the first time, sociologists, anthropologists are going to an empirical site and documenting what empirically is the ground reality of the subcontinent. But at the same time, they also have a framing of India. And that's why the word framing becomes very critical. So in the 1950s, village was not just a village which you go and study for understanding kinship systems or understanding political process or understanding agrarian economy. Village was a very critical methodological entry point. And if you look at their writings, and some of them reflected on it, as Professor Chaudhary was saying, and rewrote their intentions, but all of them were going to study India when they were going to they were when they chose a village. So village was not simply an empirical site. Village was a representational case study of Indian society, and people like M.N. Srinivas was have written it, that India lives in its villages. Village was a microcosm of Indian society, like a doctor would examine, one particular body part or one gene, and on that basis you can generalize about human biological systems. So village was kind of a microcosm of Indian society, and if you are able to study one village rigorously, they recognize regional variations. That's why there were different village studies. You would be able to say lots of things about the larger region, and if not the entire country. And village was also seen as a traditional community, a cultural unit, stable, structured, traditionally all Indians lived in the village. So as we all talk about it all the time, or middle class, lay middle class Indians would say that, until the 19th century, India was a stable place. Everyone lived in its villages. We had our caste system, we had our religion, we had our rituals. And from like BC, before Christ, 500 years to 17th century, 18th century, nothing changed in India. India was stable, which is a complete nonsense. I mean, we have plenty of literature, but this imagination was so influential during the colonial period and the nationalist appropriation of it, that anthropologists also thought that the best way to study India was to go and select a village. Now, all of them go to the village via city. I mean, when M.N. Srinivas goes and studies Mysore village, he knows Mysore is not a city which was established by the British, and Mysore and his village had connection. He doesn't think about it. When S.C. Dubey goes to study his village near Hyderabad, he obviously would have landed in Hyderabad and then would have gone to that village, but he doesn't talk about Hyderabad in his village study. So it was a kind of strange blockage where people thought that cities were not really India, and it was only the village that was city. And this could be best studied through ethnographic method, because again, the history of sociology and anthropology, which at some level kind of looked at village as a small community which would be studied by anthropologists primarily, and all of them were anthropologists who came from abroad and later on began to identify themselves as sociologists. That's a separate question, because again, it in some sense positions India as a backward, as a traditional, as a pre-modern place. And this is something that obviously we continue doing until late 60s, when people begin to give up on village studies and they start doing agrarian studies. But post 70s, there have been several, in some sense, attempts to go back to the village. I mean, people like me also studied village and went back to village after 20 years. Some people go after 30 years. There are villages like Palanpur which have been consistently studied, or 10 villages in Tamil Nadu which have been visited over and over again. So there are anthropologists and economists who will visit villages for different reasons. For anthropologists, since village was seen as a traditional, authentic Indian self, and they would want to ascertain how much has it changed, like we are discussing today. This is also revisiting the village as a concept, and we are talking about are they disappearing, or they dying, or they are still there. So for economists, obviously, this provides a kind of time series data over a period of time, that they can develop an image whether tenancy is declining, etc., stuff like that. So all this assumes a linear view of progress, and underlying assumption is that village has and should have no future. A developed India would be a non-rural India, that would be urban India, and agriculture should decline, and caste would disappear as we urbanize. Now, all these assumptions that you see in my last line in the slide, they're very problematic, and I think we need to abandon all of them. So, and this is not something that is happening only in Indian sociology, it is also happening elsewhere. It is in the discipline of sociology that village is seen as what I call as a sui generis category. And the discipline of rural sociology has been criticized for that. And this again comes from a very hegemonic, Eurocentric theory of India, which kind of looks at a world from a kind of West-centric view. And this is embedded in our theories, in our concepts, in sociology. So all entire language that we use to talk about society and change and development and what we see as positive is based on 19th century Eurocentric imaginations of the world. Now, this is something that I don't want to spend too much time on, because otherwise, we don't have much time. And I want to just briefly say that, one of the foundational things that happens in Western sociological theorizing about them and about us is the production of these binaries. Binaries, as we call, about traditional and modern. And traditional and modern also implies a kind of implicit superiority of the white man. And the white man becomes the modern, rational, thinking person, and rest of the world becomes traditional, collective, affect oriented, emotional, they are incapable of reason, therefore they don't change, they have never changed. And this is where the binary of rural and urban is also produced, or village and city is also produced. And this, in some sense, presumes that village has been static until the 19th century, until modernity comes, and rural is also imagined as a kind of, as I said earlier, normative category, a negative category, and which obviously should have no future. And you can also assume what the rural would be like. So, what we use the word, a kind of presumptive teleological imagination is embedded in these kinds of framing. So, these are heavily judgmental. They, at some level, assume many things. The moment we think about village, we have a notion of village being an agrarian economy, village having joint family, village having kinship-based politics. Now, all this is empirically questionable, and this is how, even in classroom, even in our common day imagination, we kind of continue to use this. But these binaries have persisted because they have also been institutionalized through the state system. Now, why do we need to reject them? Why do we need to question them? Because we have a lot at stake. These framings tend to imagine the world through linear evolutionary binaries that presuppose what exists and what ought to exist. And the future of villagers and villages at some level is seen as being predestined. And such binaries tend to be ahistorical. They erase histories of colonial plunder. And this point is very, very important, that the fact that village becomes a backward site only during the colonial period. Not that before that it was producing geniuses, but it was producing geniuses as well. So many of our geniuses were born in villages and they became scholars, global scholars. Even now, if you look at their poetry, their writing, it's remarkable. People write their PhDs on that. So village was not a dead place, but at some level, this binary kind of produces a historical imaginations, and it doesn't really take into account the colonial plunder, which should be at the center of any discussion about rural or development or backwardness, if one wants to use that word. They completely ignore local histories, and our, unfortunately, social sciences are also embedded in this. Now, if you look at the empirical histories of rural and urban, they are not really what is being proposed, and they are not predetermined. They are not teleological, as we have said. That they are shaped by diverse trajectories, and this is something that I've argued very passionately in my book, 2023 book. That if you look at historically, cities and villages emerge simultaneously. It is with settled agriculture that cities become possible, but we have, in some sense, developed a different kind of imagination. So, and let me just kind of give you brief empirical data. Globally, if you look at this graph, urban population has been growing for sure, and urban is obviously now much larger than the rural, more than double of the rural. But if you look at the rural population in whatever way it is conceptualized, rural is it's only in 2007 or 8 that urban population becomes more than the rural. And if you look at the rural population, it hasn't started declining. More number of people globally now live in rural areas than they have ever lived before in absolute terms. This is surprising, but this is empirically true. And this is not my data, this is World Bank data, right? If you were to retweak classification strategies, rural population might turn out to be much larger. And look at the Indian population. It is even more interesting. We have obviously persistent process of urbanization. If you look at the first column, urban population, it has gone up from like 11 crores in 1901 to something like 31 crores in 2011. Now it might be something like 40 crores. 40 crores is a huge population, right? And if you look at the number of urban settlement, that also from 1827, now we have nearly 8,000 urban centers, small, big, medium, all together. Now 400 million is a population larger than total population of any other country in the world other than India and China. right? So India's urban is huge. It is already larger than the total population of the third largest country, which is United States. And urban settlements have also increased. But if you just look at the second column, you will be even more surprised, right? If you look at the rural population over the past 111 years, because we don't have data for 2021, that has also been consistently growing, right? Now we have something like at least 75 to 80 crores Indian living in urban rural areas, which is four times the total population of total number of rural population we had. Yeah, we had around total rural population of around 212 millions. That is 21 crores, and now we have 74 crores, 741 million. By now it will be 800 million. Percentage of rural population is declining, but if you look at the rural settlements, the number of rural settlements in 1901 is listed as 5,67,000, and in last 2002, 2001 and 2011, look at the second column, it has been consistently growing. Even during the 10 years 2001 to 2011, rural settlements, the number of rural settlements went up. What does it suggest? Is rural withering away? Not only it's not withering away, there are new rural settlements are coming up. There are new villages which are being enumerated by the settlements. So the reality is very complex. When we think about India, we can't say that India is not urban. India's urban population is huge, it's massive. But at the same time, is rural going away? Well, it is declining in relative terms, but in absolute terms, it is four times what it used to be 110 years back. And many people would argue, and it is globally happening, that the trend of ruralization is increasing instead of urbanization. And there was data collected by economists, people dependent on agriculture after COVID. It had gone up significantly, right? Lots of people from cities went back to villages. And with all these new online technology being available, many middle class people also think that they can go and work from the village and they don't need to come to the city. So it's possible that population flows are reversing. So my last couple of slides, and I'll wind up in next less than 5 minutes, is that we need to abandon this idea that village is traditional, village is disappearing, village is simple, village is caste, village is agriculture. These are all notions. These are not really conceptually viable categories that can be empirically verified. And for that, we also need to reimagine the spatial. We need to come out of this whole binary notion of life or human life to something more fluid, something which is using new kind of conceptual categories. And my own suggestion is that we need to have a kind of a notion of spatial formations. Spatial formations can be multiple. They don't need to be binaries. They don't need to be rural and urban. There are different kinds of cities. Administrators know it. Administrators also know it that within one city also you can have different kinds of spatial formations. Villages are also very different kind. I mean, if you are in Bihar, and I have done field work in Madhubani district of Bihar, there are villages with 30,000 population. I've also done field work in Himachal Pradesh, where most villages will have 20 households, 30 households, 50 households, because there are no houseable plots. So there are very tiny settlements. So it's shaped by ecologies. So historically, my argument about reimagining the spatialities is that village and city have co-evolved, and we need to reimagine their relationship, their patterns of evolution. There are no universal patterns of spatial evolution. They are shaped through human agency and economic contingencies. Colonialism is an economic contingency. It was not inevitable. It kind of shaped our realities for a long time to come. They are imagining them so is a political project. When we think about village and city the way we do, we are also doing politics. And most middle class Indians, elite Indians, actually look at village as their colony. So this whole imagining of the village, and Dr. Kedia was talking about farmers movement, and we saw how farmers were being stigmatized for being stupid, for being ignorant, for being stubborn, while they were the ones who were much more kind of knowledgeable. So this is also hegemonic. It helps us to feel good about ourselves because we have also become urban. So specialities, both rural and urban, are also shaped by local ecologies and political histories, as I just said, and global capital processes. And this is not true only of last 20 years. This has been true for last at least 7 centuries. Patterns of spatial formations are also not random. It's not like we can't see structures. So we can do sociology, and they are integrated in a particular manner, but they're also differentiated. This is something that we need to empirically engage with. They are shaped by social and political dynamics of caste, class, community. In contemporary times, they are also influenced by specific histories of nation states and their local and global economies. So how do we revision the village? How does one revision ruralities? And these are kind of, again, things that I've been talking about. Spatial formations change over time everywhere. They tend to follow some patterns, but they are also agential in the sense that human beings or other processes also shape them. They are made and remade by relevant actors like state, like capital, capitalism, or colonial capital, or by ecological processes. Nature also is very, very critical. I was talking to you about Himachal, but in the coming decades, you would see lots of things will change with global warming becoming really significant process. As is the case with urban, in India particularly, rural has also been internally very diverse and differentiated, and we don't need to go very far. Any village you go to, Dalit locality is socially very different from the locality within the village, which is locality of the local dominant castes or other people, and horizontally also. So the way forward is to abandon notions and binaries and presuppositions and go back to what Professor B.R. Chauhan did, was to engage with the rural empirically. And when we look at empirically, you would realize, our notions will go for a toss. My good example that I give is that the moment we think about caste, we refer to the village. Caste system existed in the village, and people living in villages are still casteist, and they have. But if you look at from the late 19th century onwards, not just in last 5 years, not because of Bihar and UP, since late 19th century, the site of articulation and reproduction of caste has been city, not the village, right? Most of the caste identity projects are urban projects. Most of caste politics is urban politics. It goes to the villages from the city, whether it is caste association, it is caste leadership. Entire caste leadership is urban based, and you can look around, whether it is Dalit mobilizations or it's OBC mobilization, they are all at some level urban, and you would similarly find many other things that likewise. Oh, sorry, I should have actually stopped sharing, but what I did was sorry. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Any issues, sir?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Please unshare the screen, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. I was a little confused here. I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are, but if you have time, otherwise we can wind up. I think I took more than what I was scheduled to, because Mr. Chaudhary took lesser time, so I thought I could take 10 minutes extra.
Sir, do you think village is still an segregated category? And segregations within segregation are the realities?
Oh, yes, definitely. Yeah. Villages internally segregated in some way, even more segregated. Empirically speaking, there are complex processes. In some areas, for example, in Punjab and Haryana, where I've done my fieldwork, from some of the upper castes or dominant castes, they have left the villages. And those houses have been bought by Dalits. In some areas, it is very difficult for a Dalit to move into the mainstream, but in some areas, there is less resistance because the top end of the rural has moved out. So it's become more democratic at some level, but segregations exist because landlessness is still caste specific and caste is very strong in the village. It's not like it has become less strong than before. So there are many processes. Likewise, where villages have expanded in some areas, villages have expanded. They have gone outside the village, and those localities tend to be more mixed than exclusive.
Sir, one more issue appears when we talk about these villages in South.
Yeah.
We find a very deep involvement of the anti-caste and the social reform movements, which made impact on the villages of the southern area. But when we talk about the Indian Hindi belt, there is no, in fact, uh, anti-caste movement in a very very impressive manner. Adi Hindu movement which took place, that was also opposed by the upper castes. Do you think that these kind of impact have made uh, villages of Hindi belt a traditional category where orthodoxies prevail?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I mean, no. It's not a traditional category anywhere, and it never was a traditional category. See, the changes, trajectories of change vary from region to region, and they vary quite significantly, both in South as well as in North or Hindi belt or Northwest. There are a variety of factors. Social movements, reform movements is one of those factors, which has been strong in some areas, but it has been weak in other areas. But if you go to a village of Bihar, uh, 75% households have at least one person working outside,
Yes.
1 to 4 persons working outside. So out migration is in some sense much more in Bihar than it is in Punjab. People move out, and this is something that has been happening for last 40 or 50 years at least since 1970s. Likewise, the effect of democratic politics, which we have not really studied seriously, is quite significant on the village life because democratic politics involves number games. And from 1990s onwards, the kind of domination that the dominant caste had has been weakening, and it is nearly become insignificant now. If you look at the literature on rural power structure, everywhere rural power structure has changed a lot, and there is a strong resentment against the dominance of the dominant castes or casteism among the communities on the margin. And this is something which is across regions of India. But again, variables may change. Punjab, for example, had Green Revolution, village of Punjab changes. Bihar had out migration to Punjab. Bihar villages also change. So it's not like villages have been ever isolated. If you go to Kerala, most Malayalis are men are working in Gulf, and village changes. You have new construction, big houses. But again, the patterns of village change are very different from neighboring, say, if you go to villages of Maharashtra. So they are also changing. Level of change could be more, level of change could be less. So it would vary from region to region, from state to state, from village to village also sometimes. There are very large villages, there are very small villages. So villages are very diverse formations. That's why I'm saying we need to move from the static view of village to a more fluid view of spatiality. These are spatial formations, and the variety of spatial formations which we call as rural. We need to classify them perhaps differently, and that would have interesting effects.
Yes, sir. The last question, sir.
Yeah, the others may also have questions. You have asked 2 questions already. If
Last,
you should coordinate, perhaps, I'm not the one who should be doing it.
last question is, sir, Kisan movement, which I observed very closely.
Pardon?
Kisan movement, sir, Kisan movement.
हाँ, बोलिए.
Kisan movement, I observed very closely. In fact, I participated in the Kisan movement. Do you find any impact on the village setting of that class movement in Punjab? Caste movement, sorry.
Yeah, Professor, I think this is a very, very important question. I think we need to work on it. I have not done any work, but I can't say anything. I mean, this is something that I wanted to do empirically, go and see when they go back to their villages. Does anything change between intercaste relations or gender relations? The impression is that nothing much has changed, but this is again something that we need to study more empirically.
Thank you so much, Professor Kazan Singh Sangwan, for chairing the session and my co-panelists. Uh, I would begin on a personal anecdote. I would say this today is 1st March, and it is a special day for all of us because it's my father's birthday. So I think I just thought that it's important to mention this because I remember that whenever 1st March used to come in the family, it was always like having good food and performing some rituals. But he always used to say that. If you want to celebrate it, hold some academic activity, seminar, conference, or something like this. And many times we did that. We were able to, his students, most of them who are present, or number of them who are present here, they know this very well. There was a seminar, a national seminar organized on 29th February and 1st March in 2008 at GB Pant Social Science Institute, Allahabad, on intensive village studies. And later on, the book came out posthumously for him, which was on changing village India, him and with Professor A. Satyanarayan. And There was another book prior to this, Rural Life Grassroots Perspective, which was also based on intensive studies of villages in Uttar Pradesh. So, I would just like to say one or two things. In this particular book, there is a chapter on merit experiments in rural research. And if You read this, and I am sure many of you have read this book, that there is hardly any student who's not mentioned, and the entire journey by which the people from India and outside, the well-known sociologists and social anthropologists, were taken to those villages. Professor Dubey also worked in the two villages there, and you know. It is, I think, a tribute to a person, a teacher who writes about his students and their works. And I don't know how many of us have actually written about, such kind of works. So, including all his student and his students' work in this particular book. So I'm really thankful to Dr. Supriya Singh for taking this initiative. Last time also she organized, and also thinking of bringing out a book on the last seminar. Dr. Anshu Kedia, the principal of Khun-Khun College, PG College in Lucknow, and also managing committee member. All RC 15 and RC 8 conveners and co-conveners of these RCs of Indian Sociological Society's president, Professor Maitri Chaudhary, for taking out time and telling us that how ISS is progressing now. And only one information I have, that there is one video recording of my father's interview. So if we will be able to get hold of that, and would also bring that out. Now, there's in this particular book on rural life grassroots perspective, which came out in 2009, Professor Chauhan actually gave 10 propositions, and I think they are based on his village experiences, and also reading about the works of other people. And it also has an autobiographical account, mainly focusing on the field work. But one or two things which are important are like, one of the things was that villages have history of their formation, a control over resources and obligations for maintaining law and order. And in the autobiographical narration that he has made in this, he points out to the, many things, but the important thing was that his own village, Chak Selempur in Itawa district, where he was born, the family moved from another village called Jasuhan, which is on the banks of river Yamuna and Chambal. Because of several incidents, epidemic, and then opening of irrigation canal, and then other incidents like railway line, etc. So this whole trade route that was carried on through river till Mirzapur from there was stopped, and then all these reasons forced this particular, many families of that to move to another village. So there is a history behind this, and that history is not simply a history, but it tells about not only the village formations but the incident that took place there during that time, and it tells us that what was going on before. So I think it is still very important for a person who always believed in intensive field work to also say that history of the village are important. And this happened in the early 20th century. And I think even his village book, which Professor Sangwan was mentioning, Rajasthan Village, which is, I think, a classic work, also traces the history of the village, Ranavato ki Sadri, that he worked on. It was founded by Viram Dev, who was linked to Maharana Pratap. And and this work was later on published as Indian Village Revisited in 2018 by Professor Yogesh Atal, also his student at Udaipur, and with the support of Dr. Duck of Institute of Social Development, also is another student. And this is based on revisiting and restudying the same village in 2005, a project that was taken from the ICSSR. Professor Jyotka was mentioning this point in the morning, that the village should be revisited like that. And I have studied that some people have visited, village. And this intensive field study has of 80 years of studying villages in Uttar Pradesh. And we know some of the names are so well known, those who have made study in UP. This study spanning 50 years, his initial fieldwork started in 1955. The book came out in 1967 of the Rajasthan village. And then, he was not satisfied, and he visited and he stayed and he studied. And many people, many of his students who are there here also helped him. To work on this, and later on, his another student got this published. I think there are very, very few sociologists or social anthropologists who actually published their own work after such a gap. And it's not really the study of, two situations, 2 points in time, rather how basically the evolving of the village and the changes which are coming about slowly and steadily. And this I think is important. And not only his own village, but there are several of villages that he visited. He made sure that wherever he go, whether it was Shripuram, or whether it was Rampura, whether it was Kishangadi, I think you can name, and he visited all these places personally. This I just wanted to add on, and I think many people know about it. And Professor Jyotka was also talking about this kind of thing, that we should, be wary of binary oppositions of rural, urban, things like that. And I think one of his UNESCO's project brought out a book called Rural Urban Articulation, a different kind of a word, but then, how this was made possible through, studying the articulation between the rural and urban areas. So I feel that there are many things to learn from his works, and but I will, since I said maybe some of these things I will bring out in my presentation. Um, I have, my own work. I'll just focus a little bit on, and since the time is limited, I will just focus on a few points. And when I was asked about the topic that I would like to speak on, I just said that it is from across village to across region marriages, understanding change in rural North India. In this particular paper, it's a field based study which I carried out in some villages of Haryana, mostly. There are three areas that I have worked on. One is on a tribe, a Sahariya tribe in Madhya Pradesh, for my PhD. The second is the Meos of Mewat, and the third that I am working more like in border areas of Jammu and Kashmir. So these are the three broad areas that I work, the field areas, I mean the empirical study. Otherwise, there are a few more. So especially gender studies. So, and of course, community studies as well. So we have heard in the morning about that, many things related to rural areas, and I would say that whatever said and done, and even in 2021, 65% of people live in rural areas, and we have. The workforce, which is still agriculture, maybe half at least, and 268,000 gram panchayats and more than 6.5 lakh villages. So villages are there, and people are living there, even if there are changes coming about, but certainly not withering away in that sense of the term. So most of the things that happened, the changes that have come about in the recent time, has one of the important thing is migration from especially rural to urban migration, and which is very important. We've seen in COVID-19, but there is a different kind of migration that is taking place also, apart from economic. We know that people from especially the eastern states of India are coming to the states like Jammu Kashmir. I have seen many of them working in even in the fields, in the agricultural fields during harvest season, or in Punjab or Haryana. So they're moving from east to west in a way because of economic reasons, and there are certain push and pull factors working for them. But I would come to a little different thing, especially related to marriages and the social factors. And this is, I would like to just emphasize on another point on Professor B.R. Chauhan's work, that he always focused on the interactions, the articulations, as I said that. And somewhere he write that village life in the traditional setting has its own interconnection with other surrounding villages and also nearby towns. And based on intensive field work, we can question this and critique this whole notion of autonomy, the village autonomy and self-sufficiency of the villages, which has been done by in many of the writings. It was also mentioned in the morning, whether it's Karl Marx or Charles Metcalfe and other people who said that villages were actually self-sufficient. But the field-based studies have shown that there were several levels of interaction. And like, for example, trade and commerce and marriages, and then wrestling matches, etc. So that was there. And this, like Professor Jotka was also saying, this was something which was accepted by many scholars, even people like Gandhi and Nehru, the colonial and Oriental perspective, that like Metcalfe say, dynasties after dynasty would come, but villages would stay as they are. So I think a different notion of village emerge, and different peculiarities and characteristics. Each is different in their own ways through the intensive field studies that were done. So my study was in the North India, in Haryana state, in some villages and in the community called the Mayo community, which is a Muslim community. Though I also focus on gender dynamics, and for the reason that on marriages, women and the daughters will move out from the villages and go to different villages. So there's a village exogamy is an important characteristic, and I would emphasize that rural to rural migration is a very important phenomena. And 5 to 10% of all migrations actually are from one rural area to another area for economic reasons, for jobs, etc., but equally for marriage reasons, And generally, the directions are same from moving from west to east, actually. So this, I think, is an important thing, and significance of location or residence, particularly, as has been pointed out in one of the works quoted of Uttar Pradesh, Raheja and Gold for UP and Lambert for Rajasthan. So these are the questions which critique the uncritical acceptance of the patriarchal ideology and complete subordination of women in such societies. And for example, if you see Lambert in a study of Chawandia village of Tong district in Rajasthan, knows the significance of strategic ties of natal homes in conjugal household, the phenomena she calls sisterhood recognition. And Jacobson, who studied village Khalapur in North India, says that women who are good friends may become ritual sisters. Actually, in my own work, I have collected certain case studies in which I have seen that girls move in which direction and goes as daughter-in-laws to which other villages, how many times they move, and this frequency is more in the first year, reduces in the second year, and subsequently as they give birth to the children. So the birth and marriages and other festivals are occasions where they keep on meeting. So in kinship and family studies, I think this interconnectedness is very important. And the other thing that I have seen, Professor Sangwan would know coming from that area, that during harvest season, Lavani, the daughters go to their parental house many times, you know. And then when I asked one woman that if you go to your parental house, what will happen in your conjugal household in here in your sasural? So she said the daughters whose natal villages, this will come to these villages. So like it's an interplay. It also has economic implication. But studying these over the years, I have realized that we have to look, to the villages, to the speciality, the specificity of the villages from the gender lens, even from caste, kinship, and religion. Religion, I'm saying because here this community is a bio community. I'm not going into details at all. But I would just say that they are Muslims converted to about 1,000 years back. And what intrigued me to study this particular community was that its closeness to the features of, various Hindu castes there, whether they're Jats or Ahis or Kurmis, etc. Um, Prem Chaudhary has written a lot about this, and also Ravinder Kaur and other people, especially across regional marriages. So caste endogamy is very much there. It's an agriculture caste and now falls under OBC category, of course. And some of them were actually went to Pakistan and partition, but it was Mahatma Gandhi who called them back. And there is a particular village where most of them came back, and resettle again. And they follow many they follow many Islamic practices, of course, especially the nikah and other things. But the social structure, which comprises of the arrangement of marriage alliances and kinship relations, are very much related to these Hindu communities of the region. For example, caste endogamy, clan exogamy, hypergamy, wife givers and wife takers differences, and something which is I have also taken from the works of T. N. Madan and Liu Demo, how this whole concept of wife givers and wife takers, which I found was very much prevalent here. And again, I will not go into detail, but in one of the article that I wrote in Sociological Bulletin some years back, clan and Gotra exogamy, and there is an absolutely elaborate system. If I can say, there are 13 prominent Petri clans, there are 67 again Nepalia, Gotra, etc. And then they have territorial division like Thama and lineage, and the territorial division actually coincide with the social distinction. Shell Mayaram also actually had worked on the Meos a lot. And then it's such an elaborate system of both exogamy combined with village exogamy, the notion of bhaichara. If you have that, you don't follow that. If you give girls to a particular village, the girls are not taken back from that village, also those families. So these kinship rules are very much followed by even the Muslim communities of this region. So in that sense, location and the residence becomes very important feature. And one more, the last point, if I have, I don't know how much time now, maybe 5 minutes or 7 minutes, is the thing which I'm coming to, and which actually requires a lot of time, is called cross region marriages. For this, I tried to actually study marriage forms of marriage transaction. In detail, I'm not mentioning, but we know broadly that dowry, bride price, buying and selling, and sexual trafficking. These are four ways through which the transaction take place. Dowry, we all know. Bride price, Gudi and Tambai has written a lot on that. It's a kind of compensation. Minton's work in Khalapur village in North India, in Srinivas's work also, dowry, as he says, that why people more, even religious communities like Christians and Muslims have started taking dowry as a form of sensitization. buying and selling is of course there here to a certain extent, but not it's not sexual trafficking. What has happened in last 30 or 40 years in this region is that the girls from the states like Odisha, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Assam, they come and marry men from, say, even Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir. So women from the east and men from the west. And because these states in the west are considered to be economically prosperous, and poverty perhaps is that is the pull factor, but poverty there is kind of a factor which pushes there. And one of the very important and significant reason is a declining sex ratio in these states, like 877 per thousand in 2001, 877, just it's there in Haryana. And then a child sex ratio is even much lower. So even Ravinder Kaur, in a work on cross-region marriages in Haryana, Rhodes has written that poverty and on the one hand and sex ratio on the other hand are there. Neerja Alawat also wrote Missing Brides in Rural Haryana. And mm, Prem Chaudhary's work on eloping couples, that is also one of the reasons that, why women, where people make their own choices. And then I would say that there are certain kind of patterns that had emerged. These marriages, I would just say that the men are usually older. The marriage is older. Say if there you cross 30, 35, and you don't get a bride, then you get it from outside. If it is a second marriage, not the primary and the first, that is marriage within your own caste and with all ritual. So it could be secondary marriage. It could be because of poverty. Even men are poor. So they give some money and they bring women. And for Muslims, like they give what is called meher, and it's easier. So it's a kind of a network, and in fact it is noted that there is a pattern, a network of marriage alliance. I remember of Liu Dumont's work on affinity as a value. We say this is not a value here, but certainly in certain sense it becomes a value. There is a pattern of like men and women, say Punjab and Haryana, men and women from Assam, men from or Tamil Nadu and Odisha, then men from Rajasthan, women from Andhra Pradesh, men from Uttar Pradesh, women from West Bengal. And blanket studies provides information the movement of Bangladeshi women into UP also for marriage. And what I would like to say that in this the last point or somewhere concluding this that women who actually come here have the equal status as women of other communities, or when it is a proper marriage or within their own community, the children are also the legitimate children, and they are accepted as the children like any other children. So the property rights are also the same. The only thing is that they look very different. They have the features, the language they speak, the food, everything, their entire culture. So they being in a different kind of culture and adjust to this very different culture, even very different language. But slowly and steadily, they try to. Some of them that I have interviewed, like Gosha, Mumtaz, if I can say, they. I found them very bold women. And though there are cases of some form of violence and harassment and limited property and resources, but they were able to have their own say. And now what is happening is this in the Mio community is that they are in a way, whatever happened in Ayodhya, whatever happening now, etc. There are incidents. We all know what was happening in Nuhu. Earlier called Mewat, Nuhu is a district now since 2016, and I think 60 or 70% of population, or in fact even little more than 70, is Muslim there in this particular district. So there is a sense of affirming their own identity as Muslims, because earlier they were, many of them were Rajputs, some of them were Jats, etc. Even Meena, if you take the history, it's a kind of a tribal association. But now they're asserting their identity as Muslim, because they fear they have to either take this or that identity, because because their own family, their ritual, their structure, their kinship rules, etc., were very close to to the Hindi community. So now they are started leaving. There was no cousin marriage. There was both exogamy. Everything among Mayos was like this. But in recent years that I interviewed, one form of cross cousin marriage had started among them, but even it's still rare. They still don't go, they still very closely follow these kinship patterns of their neighboring Hindus, but only very recently with more education. So now the Mayo, which follows caste endogamy, has started marrying Muslims, educated Muslim outside the community, because they say that it's nothing. Caste system is also not really an Islamic feature, though of course we know many Muslim communities in India follow this. So they are asserting and they are saying that we will not take barat because, and we will not go in for any pomp and show. We will have very simple nikah. So the marriages are becoming simpler. That is what they say actually, many of them. But local people are still following the traditional methods. They say, what is the point in having marriage, but not proper rituals and feasts, etc. So I would just say that the traditional marriage and kinship rules are breaking, owing both to the religion and modernity and urbanization, because of education, urbanization, as well as this is what is Islam saying, that don't follow these features. So on both level, and so more women are getting educated and employed and going for inter caste marriage, maybe within the same religion but outside this Mio community. And I think what my conclusion from this talk is simply that, drawing from what my father has said, that every village had its specialities, peculiarity, and in this context, I will say that we cannot go by the same kind of traditional kinship features. Anybody studying caste would say caste endogamy is important, but where is endogamy here when women are coming from outside? So all the kinship rules, or most of them, or rules related to caste, are breaking down today, not only because of the modern features like education and employment, but also because of the strain on earlier kinship structure, the declining sex ratio, etc. So I think this particular case of Mayo, and it's no Sonipat, it's noticed in other Rohtak, etc., Bhiwani, all these places in Haryana, in Punjab, even in Jammu. I have seen that such marriages are taking place, and I feel that it is a time actually in what Professor Chauhan, my father, said, that we need to revisit these villages, to restudy them, and to understand the changes coming about in the rural areas. Thank you so much.
I'm thankful to the organizers who invited me. Perhaps I have only qualification of speaking in this symposium, and that only qualification is that I have been a student of Professor Brij Raj Chauhan. And I begin with a brief personal note. When I started doing my MPhil dissertation around 48 years ago, so we had a intellectually very excited discussion with Professor Chauhan that I had two ideas to do my MPhil dissertation, and he said on those two ideas that he would not be able to supervise me on this. So, and for, my gratitude to him, that ultimately I proposed an idea which was a very different kind, what Professor Chauhan used to do or to teach. I shifted to class analysis, and particularly the new middle class. So, I'm consciously remembering those days because Professor Chauhan was, in fact, not only a great scholar of rural India, but also of a great teacher. a great mentor. So on this day, particularly on 1st March, as Abha reminded us, I remember three, four events. One 1997 in Udaipur, what Chauhan Sahab called intercultural dialogue colloquium. He used the term intercultural dialogue colloquium. Some Spanish scholars, some German scholars were there, and we interacted like a colloquium in Latin sense. And also then he asked me to conduct another session of it in 1998. On these days, 1st and 2nd March, we held another intercultural dialogue colloquium here in Lucknow. And in 2002 also, on the same days, we held another conference of EFCS here in Lucknow, and he was there with T.N. Madan. So with these remembrances, I begin my presentation. Is definitely the title is very provocative, and my presentation would also be provocative. But there is one rider. I'm not as specialized as two earlier speakers were on the theme. Now, Professor Chauhan himself advocated the history or historical context, very important to study Indian villages or any villages. He proposed in the same book which Abha mentioned, Rural Life in India. In that book, he proposed 10 theses, and the first thesis on the history aspect. And it goes like this: village in history and history of villages, right? So taking clue from his thesis, I would present my case in a historical context. And that because any historian or any social scientist choose historical periods as per his rationality or her rationality. So I am considering the historical context from 1801 to you can say 1920 to 2025. This is historical period I'm choosing. And consciously I'm choosing because during these times there began the tradition of modern social science, and also sociology also began at that period. So consciously I'm choosing that sociology began as an empirical science, and whatever colonial interest would have been of colonial masters, English people in India, but those times East India Company's administrators like Munro and Charles Metcalfe, they encountered villages of Indian villages of those times, and they observed certain things, and as rational administrators, they noted it. And that note, in fact, later on put in the Parliament of England those times, UK of those times. And in one of these notes, which Abha also mentioned, Munro in 1806 pointed out that these villages are a mass of republics. I underline the term republic. Please note it. When they said Indian villages are mass of republics. And thereafter, after 3 years, Charles Metcalfe also encountered as the local administrator. Just to mention that Metcalfe was born in Kolkata, nowadays Kolkata. But he was an Englishman, and he became the company officer, and later on acting Governor of India also. Metcalfe also called it little republics. And these little republics were empirical observation of these people. Let it put in the context of data. These English rulers started taking count of Indian people, what later on called census. They surveyed population and started counting them. And one estimate of counting, the kind of social survey, what is known as today's India. In India, those times around 17 crore people lived. To be more exact, in 1800, 16.9 crore people lived in India, what we know India nowadays. That was the counting, estimated counting. And out of these 17 crore people, 91% counting said, around 91% lived in Indian villages. Now, compare with estimation of 1924 or 24. Now, more than 35% of people live in urban areas. But one more empirical context. In fact, my father used to live in that area, so I know personally. But when I saw a census report of estimation of population data in 1801, then I found this data. It was exactly 1804 data, perhaps, or 5 data. They were started counting. And that district was called Moradabad district. And it's a part of central region of Delhi. Not Agra, Awadh, then UP did not came into the picture those times. It was a Moradabad district. And Moradabad district, and now remember those times, Nainital, Pilibhit, Bareilly, Badaयूं, Rampur, these were the bigger towns of that district. Tehsil quarters, Tehsil headquarters, Nainital including. And they counted 6 towns in Moradabad districts, and average population of these 6 towns is 30,000 people. And there were small towns of 6,000 people, 10 towns. And 10 towns of 4,000 people. Average number of those, average population of those towns. In villages, there are so many villages, 1,000, 9,000 or something. And those, I can give the data, it doesn't matter. Average population was 120. Now, you see the data of census 2011, because 2021 data has not been done. You'll find so many villages, they are having much more population than 4,000, 5,000. Though, statistically speaking, 4,000 is the limit. But there are other considerations as well. More than 75% people should be on non-agricultural occupations, so on and so forth, right? But I'm giving just an empirical reality of those times. And of course, Professor Jotka may contest that data is provided by colonial masters. But the data put into the parliament also of English parliament, and they debated and some certain policy came into being. So this was one context. Now, I make you recall Karl Marx's pieces in 1852, 53, 54 on the Daily Tribune, New York Daily Tribune, where he analyzes Indian situation, a revolt situation, Indian situation, in fact, and thereafter revolt situation. And in these pieces, he said, which nowadays very prevalent, because he was one of the classical sociologists. Therefore, I'm remembering him, and thereafter my argument. But only few things. He believed that village system was a social system that gave independent life to small communities. And he in fact gone through the data provided by those times statisticians, British administrators, and other scholars, and some priests also. And he thought that these village systems are some kind of corporation of peasants or other people. And he believed that it is a stagnatory and vegetative kind of society, and remained in such a situation for a longer period of time. That was his thesis. And in that thesis, he also proposed, and that was more important, that English colonialism brought certain basic changes to Indian rural economy. And these villages were altered like anything, and process of change started taking place. And these processes sometimes led to famine and disease as well, which were not there in earlier times in such a number. So British, in fact, changed the village system. Now, I remember one of our senior professors 40, 50 years back, he used to say that caste is a word, is a term. There is a reality behind it, and that reality keeps changing. The reality of caste is nowadays is not such reality which was there 100 years ago. Similarly, village is also Indian village, a term, ideal, typical, definition, concept is the term is same, but reality keeps changing. Reality changes, reality behind it. And my point is that reality changes. Marx noticed it. The British colonialism brought about basic changes in economy. And that was reported and analyzed by A.R. Desai in 1948, as early as in 1948, when he in detail analyzed how Indian village system changed and ultimately led to Indian nationalism and that kind of change. This is one situation. Now, let us come to another situation. Because I have been a member of faculty here in Lucknow University. So I remember Radhakamal Mukherjee. And Radhakamal Mukherjee, as early as 1926, published a book called Rural Economy of India. And if you go through that book, you find that he also noticed in rural economy certain features, and certain those features which have changed at that time because of British policies. And there are so many chapters. more than 300 pages of this rural economy. Mind it, in economics, under the influence of Radha Kamal Mukherjee, many such studies conducted. There is a very, very famous study of M.B. Desai of Gujarat, rural economy of Gujarat, and other studies as well. And all of these studies by economists, and these economists were also sympathetic to national movement those times, not sympathetic to colonial masters. They noticed that the British policies brought about certain changes in rural economy, and thereby in rural habitat as well. Now we come to another phase. Another phase starts in 1955, to be more exact. And as Professor Jotka also mentioned, that at that year, so many books on villages published by Amin Srinivas, by S.C. Dubey, by Mackim Marriott, by D.N. Majumdar here, Rural Profiles. Just many studies. The year was 1955. Of course, in 1952, Amin Srinivas published Religion and Coups of South India, but 1955 became very important. And not only 1955, the little community, the term which we celebrate often, which Professor Chauhan criticized in his study, the little community published in 1956. And of course, in 1957, published Dynamics of a Rural Society by Ramakrishna Mukherjee, who noticed the changes in class structure of rural Bengal. Not in one villages, many villages, 6 villages. I'm just reminding you people. And in these studies, particularly Mackim Marriott, B.R. Chauhan, D.N. Majumdar, M.N. Srinivas published Myth and Reality of Self-Sufficiency in Indian Village with A.M. Shah. In 1960, he published that paper, and in which they mentioned that Indian villages have never been self-sufficient, homogeneous, and not connected to other world. Not connected to other world. They have always been connected to other world. There have been, I mean, in Mackim Marriott term, 2 traditions, the great tradition, the little tradition, and they always interacted and resulted into a different tradition, another tradition. And Sanskritization is another example of that. Okay. So what I want to say, that the very idea of self-sufficiency of Indian villages was challenged. And they noticed that there is some interaction. This was another phase. But all of them, they also took note of development and or change in rural India. Even Amin Srinivas, of course, in the last chapter, even Brij Raj Chauhan, in the last chapter, took note of it. Now, the point I want to harp is that this was another perspective in which villages were considered to the part of the whole. The whole was a bigger whole, not the village as a whole, though all of them were functionalist. So this is another point I want to bring to your notice. Now, the last point I want to bring to your notice, and thereafter my proposal. Now, what we observe nowadays, that these little republics, before Britishers came to India, now they are no more little republics. As a socio-political system, as an economic political system, what Habermas called system, they are connected to broader economic and political processes. They're part of it. All political mechanisms, political actions, they Villages are part of it. Villages, they go through the villages. So they are connected. And economy also is much more connected. I can cite plenty of studies by young scholars, those who argue this, that nowadays urban economies, urban social systems are very well interconnected with villages. Nowadays we find this. Professor Shruti Tambe, in her own inimitable style, has pointed out that our habitat, the nature of habitat of rural India is not the habitat like villages 200 years ago or 100 years ago, or even 50 years ago. Even somebody mentioned Kerala. In Kerala, you'll find that all villages are interconnected. There's a kind of a line of villages. And not only interconnected geographically, but also connected economically, socially, culturally, in every respect. So in terms of media. So this is situation nowadays. So I want to harp that there is other points also. Now we observed almost 2 years a movement of North Indian peasants, rural populace. They surrounded the capital, Delhi, and that area they made converted into a big village. And they were conscious of their rights, they were conscious of their plight, and they acted as publics, not republics. Public, bigger public. The public, social psychologically speaking, is conscious. Not only conscious, it is issue based. There are some issues. Issues may be many, maybe rational issues, like the Kisans of Punjab and Haryana and other parts, rational issues, economic issues, and maybe very emotional issues, like mainly from rural areas, people after certain Baba, certain Sant, certain other people, maybe of those kinds. That is also issue based. They're also public. So it's a more conscious, little organized, loosely organized kind of people, not limited to a village, but they belong to many parts of village. Now, India is being transformed into the publics, and these publics are variety of publics. One major component of 65% of rural people. When they support a political force on any issue, that becomes a wider movement, wider political action, dynamics, and things change. So my point is that now they are not little republics, they have changed. And they have changed politically, economically, and in terms of habitat, as mentioned by Professor Tambe. So what Habermas said, system has changed. System means economy, polity, and geographical system, ecological system. That is changing. It's no more like old kind of village. And there is another part which is important and which is provocative, where I would like to end. And that part is that there is life world of the village. Village is a way of life as well. And in this way of life, in this life world, there are social institutions, caste, communitarianism, etc., religion, etc. And also, there is a cultural ethos, caste also, family also, so on. There is the ethos of caste. There is the ethos of communitarianism. There is the ethos of family kinship ties. And that ethos has gone beyond the context of origin. I repeat it again. that has gone beyond the context of origin. It originated in village or village life of India as a way of life, as life world, but now it has encompassed, embraced even modern institutions like politics, like economy, all other things. So I can say ethos has gone beyond. अगर मैं कहूँ हिंदी में कि आत्मा चली आई है पूरे शहरों की सभ्यता को, तो ये जो ग्रामीण आत्मा है, जो जो अभी रूरल ethos, रूरल सोल has वो चली आई है शहरों की सभ्यता में. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि अब the point is precisely that this is not true that villages are withering away, my point now, because it is a traditional debatable point, not withering away. They are changing, of course, but they are coming in a new, you can say, form and encompassing other ways of life in India. So India still is a village-dominant society.
Because I think Indian sociological society really needs the younger generation's creative collaborations of these kinds to make sociology more meaningful. And we need to have more interesting, collaborative, creative kind of exercises to reach out to the new sociology students. Another thing I would like to really mention, which Abhaji has also just now mentioned, that we thank Dr. Supriya Singh for reminding us to revive our thoughts about Professor B.R. Chauhan's legacy. We know that, and on YouTube you could check that as well. Professor Rajesh Mishra's very insightful lecture on remembering Professor B.R. Chauhan. I would definitely request all students of urban sociology as well as rural sociology should read it carefully and reflect on it. B.R. Chauhan marks a very, very interesting, so to speak, turning point in thinking about villages and about caste. And in the morning, Professor Jyotka has thrown light on some of the major themes that Professor Jyotka has been writing. Now, I would be focusing as someone who comes from the vantage point of urban studies and what is my observation, my conclusions regarding villages in Maharashtra. I would, of course, locate my whole research in Maharashtra, and therefore I'm quite aware that my observations are limited to one of the regions. Now, the first argument that I would make is we had started talking about urban rural continuum. And in between, I find that sociologists have been looking at villages and cities in a binary fashion also, either or, black and white. Rural family, urban family, rural occupations, urban occupations, that kind of a binary position was also taken by many researchers. And I want to argue today that what we are faced with in the 21st century is neither a binary nor a continuum, but what we have in front of us is a rural urban spectrum right now. It works like a spectrum, it alternates, and that's how we will have to now look at the reality around us. The figures we all know, 2011 census tells us that slightly beyond 50% now people are residing in urban areas. So already the shift towards urban society is remarkable in India. And I don't want to be a part of those who will make a prognosis of rural society, saying that rural society is withering away. But I would certainly say that the rural society of 21st century in no way will match with rural society as a stereotype that we were always as sociologists uh, prescribing, documenting, theorizing, and therefore giving to government, to other organizations and other disciplines also to work on. The rural society that we have around us today is quite different, so different that it is unimaginable in some ways. It cannot be really replicated in terms of the models of 20th century also. And I remember that Professor Chauhan, for example, always looked at it as the changes that happened in colonial period and the changes after independence in different phases that have really happened. But in this case now, you don't feel that kind of uh, slow evolutionary change pattern. And I want to flag, to support my argument, three cases. The first case is that of the distress migration during COVID lockdown. And the COVID lockdown actually opened our eyes and told us how many millions of villagers are working in the cities of India, but they are not identifying with the cities. The moment the lockdown was announced, people had to walk all the way, thousand kilometers, 2,000 kilometers back to their villages. We have seen all those heart-wrenching images of the workers who had slept on the railway tracks in Maharashtra near Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar. Earlier, we used to call it Aurangabad. On the railway tracks, the workers were resting in the night, and a train came, a goods carrier killed all of them at one go. We have also seen the images of a young boy being carried by his mother on a trolley suitcase. And the mother is pulling the suitcase, and we don't know for how many days that journey went on. We also have seen the image of a daughter who cycled her father back home, again, thousands of kilometers. There were lonely women. There were women who were working in west of India, Rajasthan, for example. I still remember Indian Express had done this photo essay, and these women were working as domestic workers in Rajasthan families. But with lockdown, they walked all along to eastern Uttar Pradesh. Again, thousands of kilometers on foot. That these are the examples showing us the relationship between urban and rural in the neoliberal India. The second case that I want to give you is that of uh, a girl who was featured on NDTV India's show in the olden NDTV. The show was conducted by Pranav Roy, and this was just before the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. While he was touring, North India, in one of the villages, he met this girl called Sunaina in Uttar Pradesh. And this 7-year-old girl gave him the story of hopelessness, wait, and still the persistent hopes that millions of Indians, poor Indians, have about their future. The show is rightly called as Sunaina, Sapna Sach or Sunaina. It was in Hindi, it was termed as Sapna Sach Sunaina because the girl was dreaming to be a doctor. And very soon she was admitted because NDTV floated a charity initiative for Sunaina. She was brought to Lucknow to be admitted in an English medium school in Lucknow, residential English medium school in Lucknow. My point is, this is another case where rural India is really aspiring to become urban, to be in urban India, to match up with the level of life, standard of living of urban Indians. The third case that I'm going to mark is that of, again, girls who migrate from rural areas to urban India for education. And in this case, we find that the main thirst for these girls, especially from OBC and SC backgrounds, is for an opportunity to reframe their identity. In the caste ridden, class discriminatory village setting, these young women cannot really reimagine their future as educated middle class professional women. And that's why they are coming to urban areas striving very hard to become the urban professional middle class members. Now, all these cases are marking some of the themes that have been really taken up by Professor Brij Raj Chauhan and many other sociologists, senior sociologists that we have with us. And therefore, I would like to submit the following. In 2022 May, in my study, I found that just in one metropolitan city of Pune, there were almost 6 lakh people who were floating population of migrants, meaning they were coming every morning to Pune, traveling 3 hours, 4 hours per day, one way, work here, and go back to their village in the night. So the urban-rural relationship is being transformed in a very, very foundational way with the floating population that is needed in the urban service sector. May it be hospitality industry, may it be construction industry, may it be other industries, you will find that floating population is reality of villages and reality of urban India. Now, this really affects the way in which we have been talking about the relations between caste and subcaste, the way in which we had been talking about small community, little community, having smallness, homogeneity, and oneness and distinctiveness, and so on. Because the consumption items, the identity markers are taken by these 6 lakh people from urban areas when they go back home every evening. The ideas and the values and the norms are also changing slowly but surely because of this exposure, this everyday exposure to urban India. The second argument that I want to make is about distress migration, and I have already spoken about post-COVID migrationary scene in India, which supports this argument that Indian agriculture is in serious crisis, and that will definitely impact the reality of villages in India. Whether villages will wither or not is dependent on what happens to our capitalist economy. I can certainly tell you from Maharashtra, which is, we all know, a state with high penetration of neoliberal capitalism, we find that villagers are no longer finding it economically viable to be in villages, and therefore distress migration and floating population both are the strategies used by rural working population, both male and female, in Maharashtra, at least near metropolitan cities. The third argument that I would like to make is we have been always talking about, and in the Rajasthan village, the excellent monograph that we all study by Professor B.R. Chauhan, where he talks about the Zamindar led changes and positive transformation in the village. In a state like Maharashtra, the sugar barons have become the Shikshan Samrat, as they are called, the educational emperors, so to speak. So, capitalist agriculture, old zamindari land rights, and the latest education industry profits are coming together, which redefine the wealth gap and the discrimination and inequity in rural society today. So even if in a rural area you find a big hospital or a big college complex, the grassroots level inequity is not changed at all. In fact, it is a horrifying experience to note that rural India is facing more discrimination, more inequity, more wealth gap than before. After 2020, this is observed, and we all know the peasant economy model is really breaking down. And what we have is contract agriculture. What we have is a precariat labor, precariat, the concept given by Guy Standing, the British scholar, which was talking about metropolitan cities and service industry. You also find now in rural India where contractual jobs are available in smaller areas with factories going into small hinterlands. So, the factory, for example, in Konkan area, by the British giant Vedanta, or POSCO factory, steel factory, you will find that contractual labor is attractive to peasants. And therefore, all our old arguments about peasant economy, peasant or family labor have to be completely thrown into the basket now. And this has also impacted nature of caste and subcaste relationships. We know that, and this is my next argument, uh, gender identities have changed in such a manner that women no longer want husbands who are working on farmlands. And I can cite one, if you may call it hilarious, you may call it tragic, an example of a procession or a protest march of would-be grooms, bridegrooms, in all their sehra and everything, traditionally the way bridegrooms are decorated. There was a march by 250 would-be bridegrooms demanding that they be given brides. As they are farmers, they are not getting brides. So the caste and subcaste endogamy is breaking down already in rural Maharashtra as a result of it. Abha Chauhan ma'am has already talked about uh, marriages of northeastern girls with western India, Rajasthan, Haryana, and western UP. I must remind you that even in Gujarat, we find lot of bride import from other parts of India. And in Maharashtra, the answer that is sought by farming communities is that daughters-in-law are now taken from lower caste. So the caste barrier of marrying with, Anulom and Pratilom and marrying with Dalit women, etc., is broken just because of practical inconvenience of not getting brides for farming men. So this is another fallout of gender empowerment, women's increase in aspiration and change self-image and so on. At the same time, I must reiterate that identity is even sharper and more firm and strong in terms of caste and religion. So, when the Maratha Arakshan Morcha as a phenomena happened in Maharashtra, and lakhs of people were gathering for every morcha in cities of Maharashtra, we found that caste identity was consolidating communities in a larger way. We all know that Maratha is a caste cluster, and that cluster was strengthened, the networks were strengthened during this Andolan, during this movement. So, in terms of gender, you find a radical transformation and redefinition. But in terms of caste and religion, you find interesting reformulations, which in fact redefine the institution of caste and religion. But nonetheless, the identity conflicts are becoming more sharp as we are observing around. Next argument I want to make about violence. And I want to really carry forward the point made by Abha Chauhan ma'am regarding Prem Chaudhary's study and the honor killing discourse and everything. I would also here insist and remind all of us that in Maharashtra, at least, caste atrocities have been on the rise. And unfortunately, there is a very regressive mobilization against the Dalits, even complaining about an atrocity. That we are seeing. Secondly, we find symbolic violence. It's not always physical violence, but the violence more is now in terms of cultural violence, social violence, symbolic violence. So, violence is also changing its nature in terms of inter-community, inter-caste conflicts in rural Maharashtra. That is my observation. To end with, I would remind us that maybe in 21st century, if we want to look at whether the villages will wither away, I would remind us of the famous scholar Neil Brenner, who has given us the concept planetary urbanization. And he has reminded us that the whole planet now looks like cities. If you go on a cruise, if you go underwater, if you go to a village, if you go to a Himachal resort, everywhere the interiors are like urban dwellings and electronic cottages, as Manuel Castells reminds us. So today's village houses, farmhouses, resorts in rural India are actually echoing planetary urbanization as a dear trend. So I think villages will not die, they will not wither away, but the villages will become urban in a very hybrid fashion. And that seems to be at least my prediction about the coming 30 years. The kind of housing patterns that I have studied in Maharashtra in one of my recent studies are definitely indicative of the fact that urbanization is taken as the developmental goal, as the evolutionary objective by many of the rural dwellers. And that's why this seems to be the inevitable thing. I'll end by quoting, therefore, Edward Said, who reminds us that what happens in Orientalism, and I want to apply it to our subject at hand right now. What is happening around us is nothing but actually progress and evolutionism as a Western ideal that was forced on us is now taken as a normal and natural dream by the majority. And this I am applying to village India today. This is also, therefore, violence of a kind, where epistemologies of how to live or utopias of future that we had in a community based understanding of care, love, co life, even conflicts for that matter, is now replaced by the Western ideas, by Orientalist ideas, by the Western neoliberal forces of market capitalism. And accordingly, our domestic life, private life, personal, bodily life is also being transformed in a major manner. I would end by therefore appealing that maybe taking a decolonial perspective to looking at the rural urban relationship will help us to open up new pathways of looking at possibilities of uh, mapping what happens to village India in near future. I thank the organizers for considering me worthy of sharing my thoughts in this panel. I'm very, very thankful to RC8 and RC15, President, Secretary, and the organizing committee. I'm also thankful to all the people who are involved in this, and I'm thankful to the audience. Thank you.
So, I take this moment to thank Dr. Supriya, Dr. Rajesh Mishra, making me part of this, webinar. And really, it's an honor to be part of this distinguished panel where my senior colleague, Dr. Pundir, Dr. Rajiv Gupta, Dr. Sudha Vasan are there, and I'm sharing this, my thoughts with them. And in fact, both the previous speakers have made my job very easy. Like, I also did not kind of had titled my presentation because like Sudha and Rajiv, I cannot say that I have a forte in village studies. My understanding of Indian village comes from the student being a student of sociology, and my association with village post my marriage and doing some field work in Weaver's village has kind of made me to understand this, and also this very important concern that how we need to revisit the village studies. So very importantly, what Sudha and Professor Gupta uh, had problematized that villages are not withering away, the concepts are withering away, and we have to look at that how villages are a very important point. And my presentation, I would talk about from historical to contemporary understanding, and my sharing my views that how this whole trajectory of village studies has evolved, and how we kind of look at this transition which is happening, and how we can bring back the whole idea of the village, the rural India, very importantly and significantly to the mainstream sociology. It is there. I mean, I know it is there, but the how the changing dynamics, as Professor Rajiv had already talked about the homogenization of the culture which is happening, and which is really, really very threatening. Being a student of sociology and being a student of understanding sociology of communal violence in India, we always used to talk about, the theorists on communal violence have always talked about communalism as something which is a very, very urban phenomena, but now we look at that how it has transformed to the villages. So this is very important that we look at these concerns. So friends, it's my honor to be, to share my insights on the evolving nature of village studies within sociology. For decades, village has been at the heart of Indian sociology and social anthropology, often treated as a fixed entities representing rural social change. However, today we recognize that villages are neither static nor isolated. They are deeply connected to larger political, economic, and social transformations and farmers' protest, which is very important in the history of social transformation, and how the resistance comes from the villages becomes very important, and how villages are very important. And if you look at the historical construction of Indian villages, so we cannot talk about Indian national movement without talking about the important roles Indian villages have placed. So my discussion aims to explore the historical significance of village studies, the decline in their importance, and the urgent need to rethink our approaches to studying villages in contemporary times. Historically, villages in India have been understood through three key dimensions, that is, the occupational, the ecological, and the socio-cultural centrality. Occupationally, villages have been seen as agrarian communities where people depend on farming and related activities for survival. Ecologically, villages were regarded as distinct, self sufficient geographical units separate from cities. Socioculturally, villages have been associated with traditional, slow changing, and somewhat fatalistic values. These perspectives were deeply embedded in colonial and nationalist construction of village, influencing how they were studied and perceived. So during British rule, also the colonial administration played a significant role in shaping the perceptions of villages. Scholars like Henry Summer Maine, Karl Marx, Powell viewed that village as a fundamental unit of knowledge for understanding Indian society. It was a very significant that how do we understand Indian sociology? It was by understanding villages. The understanding of Indian sociology was kind of enriched. The British portrayed villages as a politically autonomous, economically self sufficient, and socially static. This served their administrative interests, allowing them to govern rural India more effectively. By 19th century, the villages had become pregnant with many meanings: an archaic and primary nucleus of Indian society, an autonomous political administrative unit, and economically self-sufficient unit with characteristics such as subsistence, agriculture, low technology crafts and services, timelessness of lifestyles, and immobility of people. So the traditionality, the simplicity, the but the voices in the villages were very important when we look at during British period. Later nationalist leaders adopted a romanticized view of the village, positioning villages as the true essence of India. The nationalist movement projected village as a repository of civilizational ideas, leading to their glorification as egalitarian, democratic, and harmonious spaces. And this is where, now we need to look at that how villages are changing and how their interaction with the cities, with the urban, has also changed this understanding of being egalitarian, democratic, and harmonious spaces. So the villages became the epitome of India's golden past with its suggestion of egalitarianism, primitive democracy, and pristine harmony, which is breaking now, which has in fact broken down. However, in reality, village life was marked by economic deprivation, caste oppression, and patriarchal norms, which were often overlooked in this glorified image. This nationalist imagination of the village served a political function, countering the hierarchic and undemocratic notion of caste and providing a sturdy confidence in their inherited legacy of the nation. So the idea of the village, uh, you know, uh, at the time of national movement was very different. The idea of village being egalitarian, and also the voices of, you know, resistance, and how resistance was shaped, and how national movement where villages had played very important role. But as we move, and as the notion of modernization and the notion of development, which is very central, is something which changed the whole understanding the structure of the villages, because development, which was considered as an epitome of modernization, individualism is something which projected village life as backward. So, after independence, we see that village became central to India's development agenda. The whole focus was that how do we change the structure, the ecology, the economy of the villages. So the state launched numerous rural development programs aimed at mobilizing village life. And when I was doing a paper on the development of sociology department in Jamia, and I realized when I was going into the history that the Department of Sociology in Jamia emerged from the rural studies. And rural studies during 1915 was a very important and a favorite agenda of the colonial government. Now, their idea of understanding rural India was very different, that how they can navigate and maneuver and control the India. But majority of the departments, if you look at the history of the departments, so rural India was a very, very significant part of the sociology and anthropology. So now this zest, or this quest to modernize village became a very important concern, not only with the state, but with the people also, because migration to cities was considered as something mobility, and this developmental approach led to a paradoxical shift in the perception. The very quality that had made village desirable in the nationalist imagination, stability, harmony, self sufficient, were now seen as obstacles to progress. Villages were increasingly viewed as backward and stagnant, in need of external intervention for modernization. Those very virtues that had recommended the village to be the nationalist now became the sign of backwardness and stagnation. So, government launched rural development programs, and rural development became synonymous with state control over village life, and traditional villages identities were reshaped through bureaucratic and political classifications. This phase also saw the rise of village studies in Indian sociology, inspired by American community studies. Sociologists like M. N. Srinivas and S.C. Dubey produced ethnographic monographs on village life. However, most of these studies were caste centric, focusing more on social structure than on the dynamic change taking place in India. Although village study gained prominence, and as Hitzman noted, that they were primarily reflecting the dominant concern with caste rather than furthering our understanding of Indian peasant society, which was very important. So, when Dipankar Gupta talks about withering away of Indian villages, despite the historical prominences, the village as primary subject of sociological inquiry had declined in significance. It is not that the villages had become insignificant, as has been pointed by both the previous speakers, that village has not withered away. The concepts, the understandings, new dimensions, new sociological and anthropological concerns have come. The everyday life of the village is very important, which needs to be understood. So Dipankar Gupta argues that village is no longer a site where futures can be planned. Now understanding village as something static, as backward, is is something which is kind of, it has led to the shrinking of the understanding of the village. The village is shrinking as a sociological reality, though it still exists as a space, but village is very important. The present farmers' protest has also kind of talked about that how, the resistance are shaped in the peasant economies. So, though, yes, Dipankar is right in pointing out that villages have lost their influence on India's national culture as a political debate, and urban media largely ignores rural issues. But the new paradigm which has emerged, that the mobility, the concern about the mobility, the transition, the relationship, the dichotomy of urban and rural is very important, and without bringing the village studies to center stage, it is very important to map to understand the migration and mobility debate. Jonathan Parry also, one of his studies of migrant laborers has talked about village and the understanding of the layman. Parry's understanding of the layman, the mentality, the psychology of the migrant laborers is very important when they move to cities. How their generations, as Sudha was pointing out, that village is a home, it is a home to all of us, and when we want to go back to serene, to comfortable place, and the escape from the hustle bustle of the sheher, or the city, what we call, we always think of going back to our village, spending some time in village, which becomes a very important, and that ties, because you feel that the life is cool, blissful, though it is changing, but still it is, the feeling of community is very strong. Recently I had visited my husband's village, and I was his uncle, who passed away last week, was 92 years of age, and he was ailing, and people knew that he's not going to survive long. So I was surprised, as a spectator there. I saw the whole village coming, visiting, and being there, that concept of community is still very, very important. Though it is not, I would not say that it has not been impacted by technology, social media technology has also changed the life, but village is still a very, very important entity in terms of understanding sociability. And I hear, Jonathan Parry has talked about village as a waiting room, where people are have hopes to escape. And this is what, when I was having this interaction with the community, and especially when I did my field work with the Banarasi weavers, handloom weavers, the women there, it was that everybody looked at a city as something where they want to have a kind of a house, a dwelling in city was considered as a sign of status and mobility. So the younger generation of the migrant workers do not see village life as a aspirational. Instead, they associate it with backwardness, lack of education, and stagnation. So the village is something which is always kind of linked with unpad, gawar, backward. So this orientation of the village has not been studied. I'm not saying, I'm not kind of uh, accepting this change, because what has happened is that the lack of attention to these in mapping the studies on village has been very important. Again, my interaction with the hijabi women in village, because I was doing a paper on hijab as a phenomena of assertion, compulsion, submission. So there, when I was interacting with the women from the eastern UP, so these women who are in village, they are also kind of changing their identities. Are located in rural situations or spaces, but how they are being influenced by the idea of uh, you know idea of progress, and in their own situatedness, that how they are navigating is also very important, and we don't have these studies which are pointing out on these changes, these shifts which are happening. In fact, we should thank Barbara Harris White. She raised a very important concern that village studies remain a crucial for understanding India's economic and social realities. They have significant.
Madam, please take care of time now.
Yeah,
That
sir.
is a very important point.
Just 5 minutes. I'll conclude, but I need 5 minutes to complete my point. So, the emphasis that we have to relook, and we have to, kind of consolidate the new village studies which go beyond the older understanding, and we have to have the methodologies that incorporate contemporary issues such as globalization, rural non-farming employment, gender and environmental concerns. Here I would like to give examples that, there are industrial villages, the way globalization has impacted, especially uh, handloom weavers. We see how the economy has shifted. This economy has not only shifted where the weaving was a way of life, the approach has also, allowed the scholars to analyze the migration patterns, rural urban interactions, and role of government institutions shaping in village life. When I'm saying that the role of government institutions, the textile policy of 1986, the is very significant to understand the withering of handloom from the villages and the shift and how villages have navigated. The village is not just a domain of study but also the outcome of sociological discourse, and should be examined as a meeting ground of political and administrative strategies rather than just geographic or demographic unit. So, it is very important that we rethink rurality in contemporary India. The village remains a significant but evolving entity in Indian society. While traditional village studies may have lost their dominance, rural life continues to be an essential site of inquiry. Sociologists and anthropologists must adopt their methods to capture the fluid, interconnected realities of today's village. Rather than seeing village as an isolated and unchanging, we must recognize them as dynamic spaces shaped by migration, economic shifts, and state interventions. The challenges ahead is to develop new theoretical and methodological tools that can provide a deeper understanding of rural life in contemporary India. With that, I thank you all for your
Thank you.
patience.
It is my pleasure to have such eminent scholars in this discussion, which started from yesterday. In fact, there are certain personalities like Professor J.K. Pundir, Rajesh Mishra, Abha Chauhan, Shruti Tambe, Maitre, etc., who have contributed directly or indirectly in enhancing my learning related to sociology. So I'm thankful to you all. I'm also grateful to late Professor B.R. Chauhan, who was visiting professor in the Institute of Social Sciences when I was a student. And we had long discussions, continued for 3 to 4 hours regarding several issues of sociology. And when he was shifted to Udaipur, there were several opportunities for me when we discussed sociology of cricket. He was very fond of cricket, and tried to examine several things related to the intricacies and then its impact on society. I'm also thankful to Supriya Singh, Anshu and other members of the organizing committee who have given me this opportunity. I have not given any title so far, sir, because village of contemporary India can be understood without any title. I'm, in fact, initiating my discussion with a very emotional note. I was going to attend, or rather, going to participate in farmers' movement with several friends from Shekhawati region in a bus. So many Kisan leaders were there. Kisan were there. We were having discussion. And Pundir sir, I was surprised that the people, the Kisan who were participating or who were going to participate in the movement, they were talking about Kafan, a very important work of Premchand. They were discussing Ghisu and Madhav. They were arguing about Budhia. They were discussing Godan, the rule of Rai Bahadur, Khori, Dhania. One of Kisan leaders was talking about Gangoli Gaon, which is a part of a very important literary act, Adha Gaon, written by Rahi Masoom Raja. And when I reached at Shambhu border, our Kisan leader, Hanan Maula, was talking about Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak and Adi Hindu Andolan, which was initiated by Swami Achyutanand during 1920s and 30s in Uttar Pradesh. One literate, not literate, but educated peasant made a statement, and I'm referring that statement in Hindi. He told me in Rajasthani language, जिंदगी में एक बार गांठ बांध लेना कि काश्तकार राम के मारे से नहीं मरता, राज के मारे से मर जाता है. And this statement became a point of today's narration. It was a movement which was against three farmers' laws initiated by the union government, and all were opposing that particular structure of law which was going against the interest of the farmers. Now, this farmer movement has made impact as far as our understanding of social movements, particularly the new movements or new farmers movement, are concerned. Tom Brass has written a very interesting edited work on new farmers movement in India. All important things were there. It was a non-political, non-party movement. It was, in fact, structured on the basis of several things. New symbols were there. Sacrifices of the farmers were there. There was a different kind of unity and solidarity. There was no hierarchy. A large-scale participation of women was there. And on the other side, there were inhuman constraints. Farmers were not allowed to make their plea in the capital of India. I never saw such kind of constraints to, in fact, to control the movement. The language which was used for the farmers. But all these farmers revealed that a peaceful movement with the help of cultural groups, with the help of folk song, with the help of community lunch and community dinner, with the help of the stalls comprising several books, and that movement continued for 1 year and more. Sir, this is the reality. And that's why I have not used any title so far. Now, it has made impact on the villages, particularly in the villages of Rajasthan, in Shekhawati region, in Ganganagar, and in other areas where not movement but agitations are there. I am also reminded with a Padao, Kisan Padao in Jaipur. And that Kisan Padao in Jaipur continued for 3 days and compelled the then government to give electricity to the farmers. Now, why these movements are coming up? Why they were opposing this kind of farmers' law? Why they were opposing that government is not interested in making any fruitful or positive dialogue with the farmers? I am reminded with a World Bank dictate in 1996, which stated that in next 20 years, nearly 40 crore villagers should be moved to the cities. 40 crore villagers. This was the dictate, this was the suggestion from the World Bank. And this dictate of World Bank can be associated with a very important kind of logic. Are villagers withering, are Indian villages withering away, navigating changes in rural life? This is one. Now, this kind of shift is taking place through various visible and invisible kind of efforts. One effort is associated with displacement-induced migration. The land of the villages, the land of the poor villagers, it has been taken by using the Act of 2013 from the farmers to initiate several industries. Pundir sir, there is no proper compensation. In this land acquisition, no alternative mechanisms for providing land even to the poor sections, to the tribal villages. It has not been given. And they are again and again under the process of displacement and shifting. One village, in fact, is reduced into an industrial kind of organization, industrial kind of city, or industrial kind of town. And in that industrial town, where we find 2 or 3 industries, the villagers who are illiterate are compelled to work in the adverse conditions. Now, it is happening like anything. And everywhere, whether you take the example of Gujarat or Madhya Pradesh or Uttar Pradesh or Rajasthan, such kind of displacement or displacement induced migration is continuing for making urbanization and industrialization processes possible. Now, my question to all my fellow participants is village a weak structure or a dependent structure now? More than 55% or 60% population still reside in villages, but the contribution of the agricultural and its allied activities is nearly 14% of the GDP. Manufacturing units are facing closure in the urban areas. So villagers are not able to get proper work activities. As a result, migration process should be understood in a very different way. What are those areas where villagers are now involved in the cities to initiate work activities? Feminization of agriculture is taking place everywhere. So can you allow us to talk about village as the weakest structure of Indian society, followed by towns and the cities, which can be considered as the middle order structure, and then the metros, the mega cities, which can be considered as the dominant structures. But one point can be understood. When this weak order based structure gets unity, when they get solidarity, when the process of de-alienation occurs, then we find that kind of threat which may be posed to the metros, which can be posed to the cities. So this kind of rural-urban relationship needs a close analysis when we talk about this kind of peasant struggles which are taking place in India. Everywhere we find, and I'm talking about the role of the urban population, particularly in this sense that why we are not giving importance to what is happening in villages. We are not at all concerned, sir. Urban population residing in the cities or in metros, they are not bothered. After a very important dialogue with the late D.N. Dhanagari, I have not found any important study related to farmer society. We have not made any attention that within the span of 2014 to 2022, more than 1 lakh farmers committed suicide. But there is no urban response. In fact, I do not know what is happening to the urban people. Student suicide is taking place, and a large number of students in Kota, where suicide is taking place, are from the villages. They are there to have their career, but they are not able to make a cultural assimilation or cultural relationship of positive nature. And as a result, suicide is taking place. Now, all these things are there. This is one part where I find the sense of mobility, the sense of unity, the sense of solidarity amongst the farmers. And when I am using the farmer here, a term in which I am including all the rich farmers, landless agriculturists, etc., etc. They are, in fact, there are several groups, there are several classes, there are several caste-class relationship, with Professor Brij Raj Chauhan also pointed out in Rajasthan village. Now, all these groups are, in fact, creating a sense of time-bound solidarities or time-bound unities to participate in various movements and agitations so that they could get what do they wish. I do not know whether they are able to get it or not. But these efforts are going on. This is one part. Another part is more distressing for me. And it is also happening in the villages nowadays. New forms of hierarchies have appeared with dominant intervention of new forms of patriarchy. Thanks to media, all those things which are taking place in the form of confrontation have reached to the villages or to the Indian villages. Not only villages very close to the urban population, it is also reached to the remote villages. In Rajasthan villages, I have visited several villages. Institutionalization of identities are there. Religious activities are taking place, sir. In fact, communalization process, sectarianism, all forms of, confrontations, they are there. All forms of tensions have come out. That's why last time I made a point, yesterday I made a point that now village is a small society of segregations within segregation. Several identities have appeared. Now, sometimes they get unity that Kedia Mazdoor and working peasants, they are getting an appropriate wages or not. This kind of wage disparity is now discussed when interaction takes place in the villages. And that's why I reminded to Professor Rajesh Mishra yesterday that Bernard S. Cohen's study of Senapur village, it becomes very important because in this study, what was the relation between the untouchables and the Jamidars? Now, this kind of relationship is there. In Hindi belt, I am taking the examples from Rajasthan, but I have found that kind of presentations, that kind of happenings in Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, etc., where hierarchies have come up. Hierarchies have come up, where such kind of discriminatory tendencies have appeared, and these discriminations are found in the social relations, and this discrimination is now prevalent in political systems also. In cultural space, women is not allowed to have presence. They are participating in a very large number in movement, but when we go to the village, their absence is in fact creating lot of concern. Is it not a self-alienation? So on the one hand, self-alienation process is there, and this self-alienation has been created by the powerful sections of society through their ideologies, through their control over the resources, through religion, through communal politicization, and please forgive me, through the process of Hinduization. Now, this particular process is rapidly entering into the village India, and as a result, I can say that can we experience the idea of homogenization of culture in Indian villages because of these things which are taking place in the second decade of 21st century. Now, homogenization of culture, homogenization of rituals, homogenization of religious ceremonies, creation of new religious symbols, creation of new kind of festivals, a clash between upper caste and lower caste, between lower caste and tribes. Now, several political personalities say that tribes are Hindus. The process of Hinduization in the tribal villages is also taking place. Now, patriarchy is prevalent, and at the same time, we find several kind of activities where local religious leaders, local saints, local deities, they are becoming the sense of identities. They are creating identities in the villages. And because of these things, again, I am using the term media and the entrance of the political organizations and the political groups. In remote villages of Rajasthan, I have just visited certain villages which are located beyond Lakshmangarh. It is beyond Lakshmangarh and very close to Pilani. Now, in these villages, when I interacted with the people, they talk about conversion laws. They talk about love jihad. They talk about living relations. They talk about interfaith marriages. All these things are examined by using communal dimensions. Now, is it an indication that Hindi belt villages are becoming the sites of visible and invisible kind of violence? So on the one side, this kind of cultural, religio-cultural rigidity is coming up, which is making several kind of negative and pathological impact as far as social relations are concerned. Further and further cultural marginalization is taking place. And friends, there are certain groups which have developed those models by which each and every village is now converted into a surveillance village. Surveillance is there. Several groups are now there with the support of the political, cultural, and religious organizations, so that the activities of several small groups, including the caste, including the women, including the minorities, they are watched. Not only watched, certain assumptions, some kind of false narratives are created, and blaze experiences so many forms of tensions. In fact, all these things have become very important for me as a student of sociology who has participated in various kinds of movements. Now, all these things compel me to talk about several dimensions. I am again reminded with a very important statement which is now applicable as far as the village, the life, social life of the village, and the political dimensions and the actions of the villagers are concerned. Again, I am using a very important statement given by one important farmer leader or the present leader, Swami Sahidanand Saraswati. He stated, and again I am using it in Hindi terms, किसानों की कमाई में जमींदार, साहूकार, महाजन, चौकीदार, बनिया, पंडा, पुरोहित, तीर्थ, व्रत, श्राद्ध, साधु, फकीर, देवी देवता से लेकर कोई ओझा, सोखा, चूहे, पक्षी, कीड़े मकोड़े तक हिस्सा मांगते हैं और वो हिस्सा उनको मिलता है. So what is the wages? What are the profits? What farmers get when all these categories which are associated with nature, which are associated with society, they take their share. And because of this share, what farmers or the villagers get? They get only loss of rights. They do not have any right. Every time we talk about the kind of responsibilities in the form of agricultural production, in the forms of yield, in the forms of other kind of profit-making exercises, we in fact indicate what kind of efforts should be there, what kind of programs should be introduced. And friends, with all important dimensions and the understanding, I can say that all agricultural policies and the farmers uh, uh, farmers welfare policies, they are there without discussing from the farmers, without discussing with the farmers, without discussing with the farmers organizations. Now all these things are there. So villagers or the farmers, I am using both terms simultaneously, interchangeably. All these categories, they are losing their rights. They do not have any right. They are simply leading their lifestyle on the basis of the responsibilities. And as a result, I can say, again, I am using the statement which was given by one of the farmer leaders when we were there at the Sambhu border. किसान जब तक पूरी फटकार के साथ खड़ा नहीं होगा और अपने लिए औषधि, भोजन, वस्त्र, मकान, शिक्षा और फाइनली उन्होंने कहा शिष्ट व्यवहार का दावा उनको नहीं मिलेगा, तब तक वह यूं ही करहाता रहेगा. So what is the basic reason where farmers are facing or feeling the sense of deprivation, a discrimination, the visible and invisible kind of violence, because the state and its leaders are miserably failed to provide them proper food, health delivery systems, clothing, houses, education, and decency. These things constitute the life, the life world of the people. What do they expect? They do not have any kind of greediness. Some persons or some groups, small groups may be there who are greedy, but they just need a sense of satisfaction. They just need a dignified life. They need the involvement of those institutions and systems by which they can run their life smoothly. They can have some kind of interdependence, but they also need some kind of autonomy. They need those technological devices by which they can get quality productions. They can get at least that minimum wage or that minimum profit which is needed for running a smooth and pleasant family life. And here the term pleasure does not mean that kind of pleasure which is defined in the urban setting. It is, in fact, a very, very important kind of narrative which I'm trying to produce. What I think Hanan Mola, a Kisan leader, talked about this particular point in his discussion at Sambhu border when we were there. Kisan Andolan or Jan Andolan, you can find any peasant movement, the farmers movement, or any people's movement. What is the basic problem with these movements? The concept of destiny, bhagya, and the commitment towards supernatural powers. And these commitments towards supernatural power are in fact not of personal nature, they have converted into a collective act. And in that collective act, they do not have any psyche, they do not have any vision regarding faith as a personal phenomenon or faith even as a family phenomenon. What the leaders of the village, what the leaders of the urban setting, what political leaders, they define the concept of destiny, they define the concept of supernatural power that has been accepted by the villagers because of that process of alienation which is taking place in the cultural field. Now, with this particular frame, can we make a kind of dilemma which villagers are facing? They are having unity, maybe a temporary unity and the solidarity. When economic crisis or agrarian crisis occur, those leaders and even the farmers, they understand the role of the state and formal agencies, the institutions like law and education, which do not provide any opportunity to communicate what do they experience, what do they think, and what do they wish. As a result, they are forced or compelled by the objective and subjective conditions to initiate movements. And those movements are, in fact, one of the important indicators of this fact.
Professor Rajiv Gupta, you are a very learned man and participant in the movement, and you have a lot of material to speak about.
Sir,
we should go with the time also of the organizers. So please sum up.
Only 2 minutes, sir. Only 2 minutes. So this kind of happening on the one side is taking place. So villages are not withering away. I'm not supporting that idea which Dipankar Gupta wrote in EPW sometimes earlier, that villages are withering away. That point is not there. But definitely the culture, the rituals, and this kind of superstructure which has been imposed upon the villages by the state and other forces, now it is creating something which make villages, which make agriculturists and other categories the kind of societies where we find segregations of multiple natures. Now, the last question which I am leaving to you, sir: can a village survive with the segregations of several kinds within the segregation? Can we accept village as a segregated society? If yes, then village can wither away culturally, socially, and psychologically. But as far as economic dimensions and agricultural dimensions are concerned, village will continue. We must examine these two kind of antagonistic realities for defining the village structure. Thank you.
Very interesting feast of discussions since yesterday. I think as a student of sociology, I think this has been quite a feast, of scholarship. What I'm going to do is particularly talk about the changes that I see in villages, in Himalayan villages in particular. That is where I do my field work. But I want to talk about a particular kind of change that is happening in these villages. And rather than thinking of the village as withering away, I know, the previous speaker, of course, with his rich and practical experience with social movements, already made this point. That there are aspects of the village or the rural that is changing, but clearly it is not going to disappear in any recent time. I agree with that. But I'm going to look at a particular dimension of that. So if I may, I'd like to begin, I'd like to share a slide because I want to show you some of the villages I work in, some of the data that is coming from there. I work in Himachal Pradesh, and I have been doing field work there for, about 20 20 plus years, the last 20 plus years. And one of the things that I've done is actually go back. I did initial household surveys in villages in Himachal Pradesh in the 1990s. And one of the things I'm involved in right now is going back, looking at the same families and the same villages and trying to understand what changes. So in that sense, I think it's changed substantially. But I'm also going to, make the point to you or argue that villages don't really wither away. But perhaps as sociologists, we as sociologists needs to start redefining some of our concepts or rethinking some of the concepts that we've learned and taught over the last 20 years. So that, with that in mind, I think you can see my title slide now. What I want to say is really that we need to rethink the idea of the rural itself. Again, this idea has been rethought continuously by scholars across the world, including in India. The initial idea of the urban versus the rural, I think already by 1980s, we have people like Milton Singer coming in and saying, it's not really dichotomous. There's a spectrum. There's, that moves from the rural to the urban. I, in fact, want to place before you that in the last decade or so of neoliberal capitalism across the globe, the idea of the rural itself needs to be rethought. Yeah, that is going to be your presentation. And I'm going to present two data from my two specific categories from my field, which I think would sort of should convince us that we need to rethink the rural. The first is the nature of the household in village India, right? So if you look at my title slide, I'm already talking about something called multi-local households. So one of the things I'll show you in data is that the household itself, or what people think of their household, has members living in different locations, some of them in rural, some of them in urban. So even a rural household often might have members who are part of the urban economy, and some members who are part of the agrarian economy, including perhaps farming and agrarian households. So I'll show you in Himachal Pradesh again, one member of the household is involved in agriculture and is definitely part of the farmers movement and all of these demands. But there are also other members in the same households who are part of other occupational groups. That is one aspect that I'll show you. The second, of course, is a larger argument that I want to make, that the way we have understood community as sociologists also is in some kind of tension now, and we need to rethink it. And this, I would argue, particularly, I think younger students here would definitely, I think, experientially feel it. The fact that a lot of our communities today may actually not be the kind of face-to-face living together kind of communities that was the bread and butter of sociology. So really, communities today are formed in various ways, including through virtual contact. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how the improvement in communication, social technology in rural India is also changing the notion of rural communities for rural people. So that is, those are the 2 points that I'm going to make, and therefore the need to rethink the rural. So I've titled it the Himalayan Rural. I think a lot of what I say will be, I hope it resonates with many of you who are working in other parts of India. But I want to talk about mountain villages in particular, because this is a region that actually sees a lot of migration to urban centers, but also to the plains of India, particularly in search of jobs, but increasingly in search of education as well. So I want to talk about Himalayan villages in particular. And here, one of the things that I'm seeing in the last 20 years is this whole dichotomy of tradition and modernity. Again, going back to 1980s sociology, we already know this is not a dichotomy. It's actually a spectrum or a continuum. But today, I think it is much more integrated to each other. That tradition, or the idea of tradition, comes back in new and modern ways, where identity and identity linked to what we reimagine as tradition has become important in community formation. The second point on the slide, if you can see the relationship between agriculture, and I've said industry here, but broadly all other occupations. Again, one of the things that I think is important about the rural household, other studies in South India, for instance, have pointed out as well, that the rural is actually not exclusively agrarian in India anymore. Perhaps in other parts of the world as well. When you think of the rural, it is insufficient to think only about agriculture, because the same households that are agrarian are also households that have other members in the service industry or other occupations, and so on. The third kind of dichotomy you see here was again another one that was very, very popular and continues to be popular sometimes in sociological understanding, the idea of the rural as unchanging. Therefore, to my mind, when we ask, is the Indian village withering away? There is one singular notion of the village, which perhaps, yes, has withered away. But perhaps more important to think about is the fact that rather than withering away, it has changed so much that perhaps we need to change our concepts in order to recognize what is rural anymore. That is, in fact, the main point of my presentation. The last point again on the slide is the idea of community itself. And again, early sociology, even up to the 80s or the 90s, had this idea of village community of being of a particular kind, often traditional or less than modern or pre-modern, whereas urban societies were thought of as modern and being society rather than community. Again, I'm going to point out how this dichotomy really breaks down. So it is our conceptual dichotomy that breaks down in the village rather than the village itself withering away. What the data I draw from is really the idea of revisiting the field. That is an important methodological technique in anthropology and sociology, where over a very long period of time, many of us who've done research in particular villages then try to revisit that village after 1, 2, 3 decades and so on. The advantage of aging, of course, is a part of it. So what I have been doing in the last few years is really following villages that I began my study in when I was doing my PhD in the mid 1990s. But I've looked at what has happened in those village households over generation. And that is some of the data that I'm going to present to you. My field, of course, is in Himachal Pradesh, Western Himalayas. And the data I'm going to present to you today will be from Kullu districts. One of the mountainous districts. You see one of the villages that was my study site in this slide here. As you can see, it really has some of the classic characteristics where you think of the village as, in some sense, being relatively cut off from other kinds of influences. You find a cluster here of households. There are forests around the village and fields, so a lot of the requirements of the village actually come from the fields and the forests. It is, again, an agrarian region, so agriculture is, or I should say, was a primary occupation. I'll come to why the was matters so much. But this is the field site that I'm going to talk to you specifically about. Although broader data that I have, and including other studies by other scholars, also supports some of the findings that I have here. Again, in keeping with our tradition of fieldwork, I'm moving from the broad to a really narrow slide here, where what I'm trying to show you is one village and what has happened to that village and households in that village in a period of 15 years. So when I first studied this village in 1993, you can see a population of around 500 there. And in a 15-year period, as you would expect in most villages, the population has actually gone up. The average family size, in contrast, has actually gone down. Again, this is a characteristic that you can see of rural India, across India, but also perhaps across the world, where average family sizes actually go down, again, for a wide variety of reasons that demographers and feminist scholars have spoken about. On the other hand, what is of interest to me also is that the number of households has actually gone up. Right? So you have the splitting of households, partly because of change in the structure of family, but that is not the only reason why the number of households goes up. So in a particular village, in the same village over a 15-year period, the number of households in that village actually has doubled. Median income has gone up. Again, this does not mean much in terms of the actual lives and standard of living of people, because this is not accounting for the real value of money. This is absolute numbers, that when people talk about how much they earn per year, that has actually gone up in not in real terms, but in normative terms. The number of households. The latter part of the slide is really what we need to focus on for understanding agriculture. There are more households in rural Himachal Pradesh now that have no agricultural income. So, in that sense, they are rural, but they are often dependent on non agricultural sectors for their livelihood. So, if you look at that, even in earlier times, as early as 1993, you find that what was rural is not synonymous with agrarian or agriculture. Although it is still important, it is dominant, it's also culturally dominant, is a point I'll make as we come to subsequent slides. So the connection of agriculture and rural is really not always material, but I will argue slightly later that it is often cultural, that rural residents do consider themselves agrarian, even when in absolute economic terms, you find that a large part of the household income may not come directly from agriculture alone. Yeah. Crop diversity has actually gone down substantially. Again, this is a data that is reflected across India. In 1990, there was still about 1/4 of the households that would cultivate more than 3 crops. That has gone down substantially. Monoculture, and in the Himalayan case, in the Himachal case, it's often horticulture. Things like apples have actually replaced most crops. This again is another data that indicates that the kind of agriculture we're talking about right now is actually capitalist agriculture. It's not really subsistence. It's not really contributing necessarily to direct food intake of people in rural areas. Cattle composition, again, households with cattle has actually gone down by almost half in this period. And again, this has multiple consequences and multiple reasons. One of the things that I like to point out is that this also is linked to gendered division of labor, and the fact that most girls in this region are actually in school. The maintenance of cattle, particularly cows, is very, very gendered labor in most of the Himalayas, which meant that it is women and girls who are actually looking after cattle. And in a time when fewer women were in jobs, or fewer girls, in fact, young women were in school or college, they could actually take care of more cattle. But given that education, women's education has improved, I think that has also contributed, apart from other reasons, of course, the economy of pastoralism itself. You find that actual number of cattle in households has gone down. The other important characteristics, again, this is not comparable to many of the plains of India, definitely not the North Indian plains, but is unique somewhat to Himachal Pradesh, is the fact that most incomes actually have diversified sources of income. This is, again, connects to what I said earlier. They are not dependent only on agriculture. Agriculture is still important. Sometimes it's the main income source, but within a household, you actually have more than one income source. I think this is important as well to understand what it means to be rural today. So this is, again, simply one village. I actually have data from a number of other villages as well. And as I said, it reflects what other scholars are doing in other parts of rural India as well. So again, this is to reiterate or to show you in terms of analysis what happens when you look at the data. What you have in rural India is that there is income diversification, yeah, and there's an increase in the proportion of non-agrarian incomes, and this is in a region where agriculture is not as depressed as many other parts of northern or eastern India. You speak so much about, you hear so much about farmers' suicides, about agriculture itself becoming unsustainable, both for environmental and for the economic reasons, the way it's connected to the market. But what you also find is that, so because of push factors, because of the fact that through agriculture, people are not able to meet the requirements in rural India, but also because of availability of some other income opportunities, you actually find that non-agrarian incomes are increasing in rural India. This is not necessarily a positive or a negative indicator. There are regions of India where people have pointed out that this actually means that people can get into other occupations. There is more occupational mobility. But of course, given the connection of all of these all of these occupations to neoliberal capitalism, people might actually be working more and earning less. So this is not necessarily a positive or a negative indicator, but simply pointing out that analytically, the connection of rural to agriculture as a kind of complete or one-to-one kind of mapping is definitely not true in my field site, and perhaps it's getting less and less true in across India. This then relates to what I'm showing in my next slide here. I'm talking about a household being multi-local. This again is important for us as sociologists because this is drawing a distinction between an economic understanding of a household and a socio-cultural understanding of a household. And I think many of us know of this experientially, but in terms of often surveys and analysis of rural India, I think it's often missed in the way we assess households itself. What I mean by multi-local households is simply this: that in the Himalayan region, there is a long tradition of people migrating from rural areas. But after the 90s or so, migration does not mean cutting off most of your linkages with the rural household. This is both push and pull factors. You do not cut off linkages with your rural household because you know the rural is so precarious. The kind of jobs, the kind of opportunities you have when you come to urban centers as a rural person or even otherwise is actually so precarious that the rural in fact subsidizes the urban. So we see this in the work of urban scholars like Baumik, who talk about how even workers who are in factories for decades in Mumbai, when there is a factory shutdown, how do they sustain their families? They rely on, whenever possible, they rely on earlier connections with rural community. And we see that in Himachal and across the Himalayas as well, that people do migrate. But although the term migration is slightly, it covers up the fact that migration in most of these cases does not mean a cutoff from the household or the community in the rural area. We recognize this in urban scholarship. We recognize this when we think of people sending money back to the rural. But I also underlining here that we need to look at how what people consider home rather than residence. Again, I think this became so clear during the global pandemic that all of us experienced in India. All of us know that when the pandemic hit and there were things like the lockdown, we actually saw thousands of rural people actually walking back, given that there was no other arrangements made, going back to what they considered home. Right? So I want to bring this analytically into our understanding of the rural, of the village, and whether we think of it as withering away, while scholars may think of it as withering away. It's clear when we notice breaks like this that for rural people, often, even though we think of them as migrants, it is only a residence, temporary residence. The temporary might mean the entire working life. It might mean coming for education. It might mean 10 years. It might mean the productive life from youth to, let's say, till you're no longer able to work or you lose jobs and things like that. So the home still remains the rural household. So in that fundamental sense, I think the rural, in fact, is not just not withering away, it has always been central for the survival of people who are from rural India. And I think the pandemic, although many urban people seem surprised that, when there's a lockdown, people are trying to walk back in such terrible conditions, really, home has always been somewhere else and not the neoliberal city, where the migrants neither have rights nor any kinds of socially secure jobs. So you're talking about precarious urban jobs as I'm talking about precarious urban situations, both jobs, residence, all kinds of social services, as being one of the reasons why the rural actually cannot wither away, because that is still home for the majority of the people who might even be living in cities. But that
Professor Wilson,
affects.
please observe the time now. I
Yes,
think
another 2 minutes. It's one more
okay.
slide and I'm done. Yes, yes,
Good.
sir. Thank you. Yeah. So the multi-local household is an idea I want to propose more strongly, that we need to think of what a household means, both the economic unit, that in terms of where the money is being contributed, but also in terms culturally, in terms of what people consider their home and always return to in precarious conditions, remains the rural household. Um, Sorry, I have one more slide after this, but I wanted to show you one of the pictures of a village where increasingly transport and communication is really very different from what it was 20 years ago. I think all of you recognize, well, maybe not all the younger students here, but anybody in my generation would recognize there was a time before the cell phone, and now there is a time of the cell phone and social media. So in that context, I think we really need to rethink community. And given what I just said, where even though we might be migrating for 22, 3, 4 decades of our productive life, often people think of their home and their community as being part of the earlier rural setting where they belong to. So I think the idea of rurality, rather than rural as a place where people always live and live in a particular, live together, have face-to-face interactions with community, with kind of common interests, common characteristics. These were the early ideas of the rural. I think these concepts actually need to wither away or are no longer very useful. Instead, what you have is in villages in Himachal Pradesh, particularly, a very strong notion of community, where a large number of the rural community members actually commute, travel, are mobile, and migrate for some or all years of their productive life. And in that sense, I think one of the concepts that's useful is a concept that is often taught and used for understanding the nation. Benedict Anderson, one of the scholars who thought about the nation, thought of the nation as an imagined community. It may not actually physically exist as people, having face-to-face connections, but it is really something that people think of as their community, and that is how nations are created, not through boundaries or physical boundaries or laws or the state. Similarly, I think we need to think of the rural or the village in a somewhat different way. So it's our concepts that need to wither away, and we need to have fresh concepts rather than the village, actually withering away. So I'm proposing the idea of multi-local households and non-resident rural communities actually being strengthened, the idea of rurality rather than the rural. Yeah.
It's really privileged to make a presentation under your chairmanship. That's to enable valedictory session. I'm thankful to the organizer for inviting me to give a valedictory address. There was little bit of confusion from my side, since I happen to be the coordinator of that I should be a valedictory speaker, but it is the persuasion of Dr. Supriya Singh that prevailed over me and my indecision to be here. I'm also thankful to Professor Mishra, my senior from Meerut University, to be in the audience, and he has always enlightened me with his thought-provoking lectures and intervention, and all the juniors and my contemporaries, those who are present here. As I'll be speaking on this topic, let me begin with the way I have organized my talk. I'll talk about precisely the agrarian transitions and recent issues of some conceptual and theoretical issues. Those are embedded in the whole process of agrarian transition. When we talk about agrarian, we have to accept this fact: agrarian is not an isolated category. It's an interrelated category founded on the ownership, control, and use of land. And also it intersects very deeply with the rural, a broad category. It is widely accepted that any change and transition in the rural society impact the agrarian society and the vice versa. Being a student of Professor Brij Raj Chauhan, I have always been involved in the study of the agrarian society. My salute and pranam to my respected teacher, for whom we are here today to celebrate his birthday and also to celebrate his academic contribution to enrich the area of agrarian and rural studies in India. When we're talking about the agrarian studies, usually we intersect with varieties of the terms. And recently, many of the scholars are using the terms like the countryside, rural landscape, rural life, and also the farming and the peasant communities, etc. terms are used. But to be very specific for this session, I will continue to engage myself with the agrarian and rural study, especially to suffice the theme of this seminar. We accept that the transition has been an integral part of the agrarian and rural society in India and has impacted by the expansion of capitalism, colonialism, formation of nationalism, changing state policies, economic neoliberalism, and also it has changed along with the pressure from the below. Historically, it had been transited from a self-sufficient to a disintegrated society, and the disintegration continues all through the phases of colonization, decolonization, welfare state policies, economic liberalization, even though it has changed its shape over the centuries. Agrarian societies has experienced varieties of the great transition. But before those great transitions starts, it has been widely described, say even in the description of Karl Marx, even Hegel, Engels, Henry Mines, Charles Metcalfe, Baden-Powell, everybody has widely described India to be one of those isolated, self-contained, self-sufficient village communities, though there are some variation within its existence, but widely underlined as a self-sufficient village community system widely described. And Marx has gone further to underline that it's a never-changing and no progressive society. It is widely talked about. The British came in 1757 and became the Diwan of Bengal. Initially, they started in the trade of indigo, silk, and cotton, and they started accumulating a lot of resources out of that. But gradually, they tried to stabilize their economic and revenue generation in the country, and they introduced the permanent settlement. Exactly, the permanent settlement was a big watershed, and it is the first great transition of agrarian society in India through this permanent settlement in 1793. It introduced the Jamindari system in Bengal and this Bengal presidency, Rayatari in Madras and Bombay, and Maldari system in United Province, present UP, Punjab, and in central provinces. The functioning of this intermediary system of the land tenure system that destroyed the self-sufficient village community system because it introduced not only the commoditization in agriculture, it also introduced emergence of a process of exploitative employer-employee relationship in agriculture in both areas, both in the Rayatari areas, Jamindari areas, and also in the Mahaldari areas. It is the big landowners who started accumulating more and more resources, starting getting more and more land, and ultimately indulge into the whole process of sub-infeudation. And the small and marginal farmers and cultivators gradually started losing their land because of high amount of indebtedness. Those who lost their land, one segment of them were settled in the same piece of land as a tenant at will, with the condition that they will provide 50% of the produce. Those who are not able to get accommodated, they become the agricultural laborers. Gradually also it brought distraction in the traditional village and cottage industries. So what we find widely a shattering of the village community system that existed before the arrival of the British in Indian soil. This process is widely documented in the report of the Royal Commission of India 1928 and also the Famine Commission of India report. R.K. Mukherjee widely talked about the emergence of the destroyed village community system in Bengal in his famous book, Dynamics of a Rural Society of Bengal. That was one of the case studies of the way rural communities are destroyed with the intervention of the British land system. Now, this process also created host of discontent in the society. Those are widely reflected in the Champaran movement, in the Bardoloi, Boplar movement, Santal uprising, the Tebaga movement. And we find that in Indian independence movement, Gandhi made his entry through the rural communities, that is the Champaran movement, Sardar Patel through Bardoloi movement, and Shahjahan and Saraswati also widely participated in organizing the peasant at that stage of time. And he formed this All India Kisan Sabha. He was the founding member, the president of the All India Kisan Sabha. This also compelled the Congress in 1935 to make a resolution that once they come into power, they will indulge into great land reform for the abolition of the intermediary system from Indian agriculture. Immediately after independence, Indian agrarian scenario experienced the second great transition, that is with the introduction of land reform laws. It started in 1950s and onward, but however, it was only partially implemented because of legal hurdles, organized efforts by the landowners to avoid the land selling, and also lack of the legal knowledge and the organizing ability of the peasants. And this non-implementation of the land reform widely contributed to the sustained poverty, unemployment, and varieties of the rural ills. And it compelled the government of India to make a special directives in 1970s to all the state government to radicalize the land reform, bringing down the ceiling restriction from 25 hectare to 17 hectare, and also ensure the tenure security and make the landless people and the stakeholder of the implementation of the land reform laws. But as the land reform was not adequately implemented, the agrarian scenario saw the proliferation of the radical peasant movement, the Naxalite movement in 1969 onward, and ultimately spread in many parts of the country. There was a time 2/3 of the country got infected with the spread of the Naxalite and the radical peasant movement in the country. So what happened that immediately after that, when this radical peasant movement was taking place, government of India also widely involved itself for the regeneration of the agrarian society with the whole process of generation of food culture. That is, government of India, after a lot of research, lot of negotiation, introduced the third great transition in Indian society, that is the Green Revolution in 1968. It's especially landed in Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, and in some selected places of Deccan Plateau. It brought phenomenal changes in the production of the food and the new identity of the farmers and the farmers' glory, and their contribution became part of the national slogan Jai Jawan and Jai Kisan in late 1960s and thereafter. However, the farmers' contribution and satisfaction became very short-lived. Land started demanding more and more water, more and more chemical fertilizer, more and more pesticides. It started also getting the impact of diminishing theory of production in agriculture, and ultimately it led to the increasing cost of production and declining margin of profit for the farmers since the mid of 1970s. And rural India saw the proliferation of new aspirational communities, and we found the emergence of the farmers' movement that started taking shape across the agriculturally developed areas of the country. And the more and more they started asking for more agricultural subsidy, free water, electricity, remunerative prices, and also various kind of facilities for the rural communities. Among those, it threw upon various national leaders like the Mahendra Singh Tikait, Bharatiya Kisan Union in Punjab and Western UP and Haryana, KRRS in Karnataka, Nanjun Das Shami, then also Shetkari Sangatana in Maharashtra under Sharad Joshi, and also Tamil Bepshainga Sangam under Naranshami in Tamil Nadu. So this widely emerged. It becomes an all India phenomenon. And importantly, this movement widely developed the network regionally, nationally, and also internationally. Even carriers even went to make representation in the ILO and also in the UNDP, went to America, Switzerland, and many various places, negotiate and talk about the plights of the Indian commerce, and it becomes an international phenomenon that's widely reflected, widely projected in the medias in mid-1980s. The agrarian scenario started getting another new kind of jolt after post-economic liberalization started in 1991. There'll become gradual declining of agricultural subsidy, rather withdrawal of agricultural subsidy by the state, increasing use of agricultural land for the non-agricultural purposes. They have developed the special economic zone. However, there have been a sharp decline of the GDP of agriculture over a period of time. That is, in 1960s and in 70s, it was giving roughly around 46% of the GDP. Now it started giving roughly around 14% of the GDP. That time, roughly around 60% of the workforce were engaged in agriculture. Now 48% of the workforce is engaged in agriculture. Importantly, despite producing a bigger amount of GDP, it accommodates today roughly around 48% of the workforce of the country. There has been gradual decline of the category of cultivators from Indian scenario, increasing the category of the agricultural laborers. Those who were roughly around 70% of the workforce, they increased to 31% of the workforce. And cultivators, those who were roughly around 42% of the workforce, they have reduced to the extent of 26% of the workforce over the decades. There have been sharp increase of the marginal worker, those who don't get more than 180 days of work. There has been a sharp decline of the landman ratio to the extent of 49 hectares per person per household. There has been increasing quantum of the marginal and the small farmers, those who are altogether constituting 84% of the rural household. There has been phenomenal increase of the rural to urban migration in the country. 29.1% of the Indian population are internal migrant population, especially from the rural to urban migrant. There has been increasing cost of production and declining rate of profit for the farmers, as the farmers are to increase the quantum of chemical fertilizer and pesticides in the field. As one of the farmers, when I was doing field work in Punjab, he told, "Mera ladka और मेरा जमीन दोनों शराबी बन गया," meaning that both the land and the younger generation has become drunkard in this new era. There has been increasing rate of unemployment in the rural area, 28% rate of unemployment, increasing burden of indebtedness. More than 91% of the rural household are indebted, both from the institutional and non-institutional sources. There has been a higher level of poverty in the rural areas than the urban areas. Even the recently published Niti Aayog multidimensional poverty index shows that rural poverty outnumbers the urban poverty. And in this context, Swaminathan report came to India to describe and narrate the total scenario of the agrarian scenario of the country. That report widely underlines the rural infrastructure is poor, and particularly in the area of poor harvest technology. Capital formation in agriculture is going down, and the credit deposit ratio is diverse in the rural areas. The principle of financial inclusion is yet to become a reality in rural India. The prime farmland is being diverted for non-agricultural purposes. The average monthly income of farmers does not cover the per capita monthly expenditure of the farmers. The cost risk return structure of agriculture has been very adverse for the agriculturist. And also, out of despair, a large section of the rural people are reluctant to engage in agriculture. There has been a lot of ecological problems in the agriculture for the sustainability and its continuity, especially in terms of scarcity in the land, water and the forest and biodiversity issues. Thereby, the committee recommended that to improve the economic viability of the farming community and their sustainability, there should be an increase of net income of the farmers. State should make the necessary initiative, providing opportunities for adequate measures for the non-farming communities, and also introduce measures that can attract the youth to remain in farmer, and to avoid the underlined, there should be a minimum procurement price, that is total cost plus 50% that is to be added. However, Swaminathan lamented in 2060 that the state is yet hesitant to implement the National Commission of the Farmers report, and it should be implemented. Though government in 2017 promised that the income of the farmers will be doubled by the next 5 years, that is yet to be seen. And ultimately, the drudgery of the farmers in the present continue, and the farmer agitation continue in new form in various parts of the country. Now, all this description has widely been described in the social science circle with very rich theoretical perspective. That is widely the class perspective talked about by R.K. Mukherjee is talked about the class mobility in the agrarian society. And then we find the caste mobility widely talked about by M.N. Srinivas in his theory of Sanskritization and the dominant caste. The agrarian categories are widely talked about by Daniel Thorner in his famous Land and Labor in India, the Malik, Mazdoor and the Kishan. Andre Bete talked about the progressive farmers in Punjab. Hayami widely talks about the emergence of the middle peasantry, but the class formation and class conflict is widely talked about by A.R. Desai, Sunil Sen, D.N. Dhanagare, Mukherjee, and also T.J. Byers widely talked about the emerging class conflict scenario in the Indian agrarian sector that widely debated sometime starting from early 70s to mid 1980s. But what overshadowed most of the description, that is the modes of production debate, starting from mid 70s, continued till early 1980s, widely talked about the emergence of a capitalist mode of production in Indian agriculture, widely contributed by Kotovaisky, Daniel Thorner, Ashok Rudra, Patnaik, Chattopadhyay, Alavi, Banerjee, and many others. Simultaneously, there was a talk of persistence of semi-feudal mode of production in Indian agriculture, widely talked about by N. Chandra, P. Prasad, and also Amit Bhaduri. Taking all those debates together, widely observed that Indian agrarian scenario is more of an undergoing a process of social formation, that is conflicting coexistence of diverse mode of production in one scenario. It is widely talked about by Alice Thorner in his famous article in EPW starting from 1982 onward. Now, what is important is that all this, that is the class composition, is widely talked about Indian society, that is the labor phenomenon of the agrarian scenario, and also capital is talked about in the context of the mode of production debate in Indian society. Labor and capital has always remained the important question in agriculture and its transformation. In this context, the agrarian question that was old one, it has acquired a new lease of life in Indian context. It is widely accepted that historically industrial capitalism expanded with industrialization and avoided direct investment in agriculture due to several structural barriers in agriculture, like limited cycle of production, viability to weather and environment. So it has avoided its investment in agriculture. In this context, despite that fact, there has been interpenetration of corporate capital in agriculture. Kotsky asks this question precisely: how does capitalism take hold of agriculture in the wake of increasing corporatization of agriculture? And this debate has got a recent lease of life with the interpenetration of T.J. Byers, Lord J. Bernstein, and many others. What T.J. Byers widely talked about, the agrarian transition is linked to the growth of development of the country, development of capitalism, surplus accumulation, and class differentiation of the peasantry. in the context of expansion of capitalism, especially in the backward countries, he talked about there have been persistent obstacles for releasing of forces capable of generating economic development in these countries, both inside and outside agriculture. And it shows the failure of accumulation and also failure of class formation in the countryside, and appropriate to that, the state failure to usher in agrarian transition in that society. In the same vein, we find that neoliberal economic position is taken by Bernstein. He widely talked about the old question of agrarian labor is widely, now it is not feasible because the whole struggle of the agrarian classes against the feudal lords has been misplaced. There has been now a struggle against the corporate world, and the agrarian question of capital, it has been widely bypassed because it has not been able to generate sufficient amount of surplus that will sustain the culture of productivity both inside and outside agriculture. That's why he underlines, largely widely underlines that today agriculture does not appear to significantly support agricultural growth, both for agriculture and also for the industrial development. Here he talks about the one element of economic development that is taking place since 1980s in Indian scenario. It is not because of contribution from agriculture, but because of contribution of the financial capital that is contributing to the growth of some other sector rather than to the growth of agriculture. So what is happening in that case? We find there has been, in this scenario of decline of agriculture, in the scenario of bypassing of agrarian question, that is generation of surplus in agriculture, we find there has been receding of agricultural growth in the country, and has been tendency among the youth to migrate out of the village. And as against this backdrop, there has been another debate that is withering Indian villages. That is one of the theme of contemporary agrarian scenario and the key theme of today's seminars. I'll just quote one line from Dipankar Gupta. He widely talks about all agrarian categories, all villagers, whether only landlords or the poor villagers. They today they don't see their future in village. They want to see it outside village. That is the urban areas. And he writes, agriculture is an economic residue that generously accommodates non-achievers, designated to be a life satisfaction. The villager is as birdless as the rural economy is lifeless. So the rich to poor, the trend is to leave the village, and if that entails going abroad, let it be. So this question, this theoretical position, we take into consideration class formation in Indian society, categorization of mobility of agrarian categories, class conflict and class formation in the agrarian society, and modes of production debate in agriculture, and withering of Indian villages need to be validated. If need to be validated, it is to be validated both empirically and also with substantive theoretical support therein. My recent fieldwork, which I undertook in a Mandoli village located in the Rajpura Taluk of Patiala district of Punjab, and also another fieldwork I took in the Hasalkhali village of Chandraballapura district of Karnataka, it shows some of the important trend. One is that the intensity of engagement of the rural workforce has declined, landed resource and agricultural work still provide deep sense of economic security and cultural rooting among the rural people. That is number one. Number two, marginal and small holding has emerged to be the predominant pattern of land ownership, and medium and large categories of landowners who are otherwise very small in number, they lease in land and diversify their economic ventures. And this widely talked shows that the class formation as class contradiction has been very minimal in these villages, because the class interest is not standing vis-a-vis those of others in many of the context. That's why there has been emergence of Kishan Mazdoor Ekta in Punjab, maybe that emerged out of farmers' agitation, recent farmers' agitation, that is quite explicit in Punjab, but not so explicit in Karnataka. Now, more villagers are engaged in multiple employer-employee relation with an increasing degree of interdependence, both in Punjab villages and also in Karnataka villages. The villager experiences sharp decline in caste rigidity. Village panchayat and farmers' agitation has been the catalyst to bring in such kind of change in the rural landscape. The incidence of indebtedness is very high, more than 92% in both the villages. And had the quantum of landholding, higher is the amount of indebtedness. And there has been increasing quantum of non-institutional loan in Punjab, but less in Karnataka. Prosperity is more in the Punjab villages than in Karnataka because Punjab villages are more irrigated. Quality of the land is better, where Karnataka villages are less irrigated and they indulge into dry land farming. Though the farmers' movement is receding in Karnataka, but farmers are united for the eco-friendly farming with the help from the state and the civil society. So what we find that is in farmer movement in Punjab has emerged to be widely political. Punjab, it has been able to maintain this apoliticality. Village now explicitly, villagers articulate their discrimination across the board in relation to the urban areas, especially in the areas of infrastructure, road, transport, health, education facilities, employment opportunities, and the like. Many sociologists and the commissions have underlined the process of deprivileging the Indian villages in comparison to the urban areas. It has been widely reflected. They have documented lower amount of income of the rural household than the urban one, higher amount of poverty in the urban villages than the rural villages than the urban ones. National culture does not determine the village. The core political ideologies does not reflect the major preoccupation of the villagers, especially of the agricultural laborers. And even though more and more parliamentarians are from the rural areas, rural issues seldom get reflected in everyday kind of a debate. Political discourse expresses little concern about the rural poverty and rural unemployment. So there have been certain articulation about the rural-urban dichotomies as Sharad Joshi widely talked about, that is, he highlighted that the urban bias of the policymaker, and he delineated that in the farmers' movement, the urban is represented by the India and rural is represented by the Bharat to describe those binaries widely reflected in the manifesto of that political, of the farmers' organization. And KRRS, that Karnataka Rayati Kishan Sabha widely talks about, we produce milk, we produce chicken, we produce egg, but those are consumed by the urban people. At the local level, even this farmer widely talked about, we have never celebrated once we become farmer. But the people, young boy, even become a celebrity in the village by getting a job of a peon in a government department. There will be a beeline of bride for him, but it's very difficult for a farmer children to get bride from the local villages. Another person says, even though our name Kishan is taken along with Joan, we never get the same recognition, give us the same pension, give us the same respect as those of the Kishan Joan, because we are the Annadata. The objective realities of the rural often contribute to the articulation of an unbroken chain of marginality of the rural landscape in general and the agrarian people in particular therein. Then the question remains whether the state-sponsored measures are efficient enough to break the barrier of this marginality for the largest segment of the rural population that is yet to be seen. If the question is positive, then perhaps rural area is going to be withered away, though not immediately, but in longer run. But however, so for the cultural legacies and the substantive economic condition prevails is widely talked about. Rural remains as a reality, rural remains as a nostalgia, also rural remains as a moral manifestation of majority of the ruralites in contemporary India. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.